Let's see what happens. Want to test?
Let's try all three of those.
Test, 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 test. No, Mike's not even working.
Well, that's what did work.
Oh, no, she can hear it.
Yeah, why did it switch? Just leave it alone, I guess.
All right. Try it again. What is this? Is that it? Okay, now it's back.
Going in and out. There could be a delay based on when you're.
Okay, yeah. All right. See if it goes out again, I guess. We're just
Gonna leave it alone. Seems like a. I haven't really thought about it.
I like
There's people around the schools a lot.
it.
or at least giving some different answers, you know, confusing a little bit about what you can and can't do. Uh, David Pepper's here. Where's, I don't even see Darren. He didn't even see.
Okay, we're good. So,
The middle one is the real array. Somehow I swear it changed. It goes.
All right. We've had quite a spirited debate up here. I think we are going to allow some folks to speak. First, we need a motion. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I'd like to make a motion to move item 7D to 7.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so now we will adopt the agenda as is. Can we have another motion?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second. All in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. So what we're going to do, we've had some clarifications here. We're going to open up the hearing. There will not be a presentation tonight. If you wish to speak tonight, you may, but you will not be allowed to speak on December 12th when the hearing is continued if you speak tonight. Maureen, is our technical issues fixed?
Yeah.
I want to make sure also that your comments could be heard by anybody watching at home. You're okay now. Right, so you will speak under item 7A. Right now, we're going to public comment. So those of you that signed up for public comment with regards to the zoning application, speak at 7A. Right now, we're going into public comment. So I'm going to call your name. And if you were going to talk about the zoning application, please wait to 7A if you want to speak tonight. Is that clear? Sorry, folks, this is a little confusing here. The first one we had signed up was David Gardner. Yeah. Okay, well then, this is just public comment, not related to that. So you want to speak on the zoning application. Next is Michael Phillips. Joe Rorick.
Okay.
And Grant Meyer.
Okay.
Can't make out the next
Might
one.
start with a J.
Jude. Yep. Derek. Bill Otto. Rick Paul. So I have two other names here I can't read. Is anybody signed up for public comment that's not regarding the Sunday? Yep. Commissioner Tabano wanted me to make sure that you understand, if you speak tonight, you will not be able to speak on December 12th. However, others can speak on your behalf. You just will not be able to speak that you wish to speak tonight. So now, I'll. Anybody else here tonight that wants to make a public comment not related to something? Hearing none? Okay. Sir, please come up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record and speak into the microphone, please.
Speaker, okay. My name is Sam Rogers. I live in the Window subdivision, but I'm not here to talk about that thing. I'm here to talk about the lack of police enforcement in my community. And I talked to one or two officers. They all both say that they're about 40% understaffed. And I don't understand how we cannot hire more policemen, but we can give money to the county for a park we don't even own. If somebody could explain that logic to me and my neighbors, you know, I'd be glad to listen to it. But we lack any traffic enforcement in the Window subdivision at all. If there's a policeman come through there, he's lost. And that's basically the best you can say for it. They have disappeared in the last year. We had two of them who lived there, one retired, Calvin, and the other guy went back to the Coast Guard because he said he made more money. You know, it's not like you're hiring somebody to work at a gas station. They make more at a gas station apparently than they do as a policeman in Matthews. This is criminal here. I mean, you can, in my neighborhood, you can turn left and somebody will pass you at the stop sign and turn in left. I mean, if you go up Phillips Road, they want to drag race you to the traffic light. They're all on the yellow line, the other side of the road and everything. Nobody here enforces the traffic laws in this town. You ought to put a sign up, stop if you feel like it. I mean, that's basically what it has come to. And y'all can sit up here, you know, look around, but you're at fault. You want to give money to a park we don't even own, but you won't hire policemen at a decent salary. What's the problem? Priorities wrong? We need an amphitheater, don't we? To go with the dog park, because they need to listen to music. Right?
Yeah, thank you for your comment.
Sir, I do appreciate your comments. I just that the gentleman spoke. An additional challenge right now, so we are working on it, and we understand that it is a priority for the community and the department as well. Thank you.
Sir, would you like to make a public comment not related to something?
Yeah.
Please step up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record, and speak into the microphone.
My name is Gerard Murphy. I live at 2224 Citation Court. Okay, now I came here basically as the majority of us came here to discuss something which I'm not allowed to mention, so I'm not going to mention. What I am saying is that there is a development in Stallings, which is very close to something I'm not going to mention. And it's going to have a lot of people, okay? A lot of people. And now the number of people is going to seriously impact the whole area, okay? It's not about Stallings, Matthew. It's about us as a community, a larger community. My opinion is that the way these people, myself included, have been treated tonight is arrogance. That's my personal opinion. Now, I don't know who's giving you legal advice that if we speak tonight about something which I haven't mentioned, then we are not allowed to speak at the public hearing. That does not seem just to me. This is the first time that I have addressed a meeting like this. It's the first time that I've stood in a public forum and pledged my allegiance to the American flag. I am a U.S. citizen. I have been here 20 years, and I must admit, cynical though I am, I was touched. Justice and liberty for all. This is, in my opinion, bureaucracy. It is not justice and it is not liberty. That is all I would like to say, with all due respect. Thank you.
You're all going to get to speak at the public hearing. If you speak tonight, you do not get to speak a second time. You can only speak once during the public hearing. Public hearing is going to be open tonight for those who wish to speak, but there won't be a presentation. But you only get to, citizens only get to address a public hearing one time. So it's either tonight or when the presentation occurs in December. Apparently it's going to be continued in December. I don't know the date it'll be continued until the motion is made. But nevertheless, you will be speaking at the public hearing if you speak tonight, because it's going to open the public hearing just to allow people to speak who want to be heard. But you don't have to speak tonight. You can speak, wait and speak during the continued hearing date. And that's the explanation, and that's what I have to say.
I'm not allowed to speak at the public presentation. Because I did not.
That will be, the public hearing will be open, yes, you will be allowed
So
to
I
speak.
didn't speak about.
The unspeakable you can speak at tonight.
Just so you know, folks, we didn't make these rules. This is state law. So we're just enforcing regulations from public safety. I now entertain a motion to recess our regular meeting and open public hearings and applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews.
So moved. Second.
Whitley, second from Member Poole, all in favor? Opposed? All right, we'll move on to the reason I think a lot of you are here tonight. Zoning application 2022-700, I'm sorry, -749 Sante Matthews. Change the zoning from RBS and R15 to MUD, RBS, BHCD at that certain 82+ acre site located at the intersection of Stallings and Idlewell Road, the I-485 interchange, being designated as several tax parcels. At 14704 Idlewell Road, this was continued from September 12th. Our applicants have requested a continuance of the public hearing to our first meeting in December 12th. We have a motion to that effect.
Good evening. I appreciate your time tonight, and I hope I have your patience. So, I'm sorry, David Garrett. I'm Winter HOA president, and we worked with the town of Matthews after the survey went out over next door. Word got around, people filled it out. I believe we had 127 completed surveys. Of the 127 surveys, 90 came back that said that they were open in some way to mixed use development. Part of that was choices. You had choice. We had pictures of townhomes. We had pictures of apartments. Which one would you like to see? Which one do you prefer? Which one do you prefer with this office building? Which one would you prefer with single family homes? there wasn't a question in there that asked, do you want apartments? Do you want townhomes? So I understand that from those 12790 came back that had some sort of leaning towards that. And I understand how that may have looked. Afterwards, we opened up our clubhouse to have an open dialogue with the town. A lot of people showed up. A lot of people voiced their opinions. We were able to place dots on the board, and there were 185 dots placed on that board supporting certain things. There's, I think, nine different options on that. No pictures, pretty straightforward. Of those 185 dots, 137 of them were placed on something that leaned towards low or no density. A lot of folks, the number one, the number one item was 41 dots on leave the land alone. The deer need someplace to sleep. I can understand the need to expand the tax base. I get it, but there was 74%, 137 dots placed on low density. Only 48 or 26% were leaning towards shopping, higher density. In addition to that, there was another way of communicating, and that was just a blank card. No questions, no options, just a blank card, put down your feelings. Of that, there were 45 turned in. 25 mentioned a desire for low density. Another 17 stated concerns for strained infrastructure. Another 6 were open to high density. Now, those numbers don't exactly match up. Some of those cards mention multiple things. So 25 desired low density, 17 were concerned about infrastructure, and only 6 of the open-ended blank cards supported high density. I don't believe that Idlewild Road can handle high density. We don't have the ability from a town point of view, because Idlewild Road is a state road. We're going to have to get state input, and it's going to take years, if not more than a decade, to open that up to 4 lanes. There's other developments similar to this, very high density, but they're on much wider thoroughfares. And it's just, I've got over 350, I stopped counting tonight, but I've got over 350 signatures saying that we don't want high density. He had 90 that came back over a survey online. He had 6 that came back from that meeting. But I've got over 350 that say no, we don't want it. It's too much. I appreciate the developer offering to improve the infrastructure, but they're not going to be able to improve infrastructure all the way up to 51, where it backs up for a mile in the morning every morning. It's tough. It's tough to drive on that road during rush hour. My wife drives my son to the Queens Grant, just a few miles up the road. It takes her longer to get there and back than it does for my daughter to get to Charlotte Catholic on the other side of Charlotte. That's a lot of traffic. That's a lot of backed up cars, a lot of bumper to bumper traffic. So if y'all are here to oppose this plan, would you please stand up to show? Is everybody out in the hall standing up? We got a lot of folks.
I passed through that complex.
Can I hand these to you?
I live in the Stillwell Place subdivision in the town of Lynn Hill, directly across the street. I was a Windrow resident for 15 years. 2000, I built a house across the street. And we've lived there now 35 years in the area. We love the area. We chose the area when we moved because of the nice open community, low density, and raised my family there. And we'd like to see it stay that way. I've done a little study kind of supporting what Paul's just presented. If you look at that area between 51 and 485, you look at the Windrow neighborhood, the Springwater neighborhood on the Matthews side, and then you look at over on the Mint Hill side, we've got Davis Trace, Stillwell Place, and then we have Common neighborhood, Idlefield. You're looking at an area of almost 1,100 acres. On that 1,100 acres, got approximately 630 single-family homes. What we're talking about with this rezoning, you're talking about putting on 85 acres. Remember those numbers, 1,100 acres, and we've got just over 625 homes. We're talking 666 homes on 85 acres, plus commercial properties. We're gonna double the amount of cars entering Idlewild Road every morning and every afternoon. I agree. The densities and that doesn't match with what's in this area. What it also doesn't do is it doesn't support the infrastructure that's in place. And this infrastructure will not be there for years, and we all know that. So we'd appreciate consideration in taking into account the density changes that such a change would cause and the impact that it would have for the citizens here. Thank you.
But one of the reasons I'm one of those folks who came down from Connecticut, so I became very clear in the 90s. I was a Yankee, I was a damn Yankee, because I was planning on staying. And we moved specifically to Matthews long before this library and this town hall was built. You know, I'm stationed over here where I'm from, where we just love the town. We understand growth happens. But we moved to a place where there would be single family dwellings on their lots. If we wanted to live in an apartment city, we could have easily moved into Charlotte. We did into Matthews for that thing. My main concern and my main question would be, does any of this matter? I'll use 95%, I think. I'm just throwing that number out, but you're here to speak against this. You guys even care? Does it factor into your decisions, or are we just, just going to get rolled over like they would do at on other town councils? So that would be my concern. That's just a question for you guys to think about. We don't want to be rolled over. We don't want to be ignored. We all moved here to live in the suburbs. We would like to keep it the suburbs. And there's lots of high density going in right next to Butler High School, which I'm close by to. We have another nice little division, some beautiful homes at the corner of 51 and Phillips. I have no problem with that. Boy, that's going to do nothing. It's going to create problems on Phillips, but we don't need high rises, high density apartments and all kinds of businesses to just clog up Idlewild. And I'll say it like most everyone thinks Idlewild cannot handle it. 51 can barely handle it when it goes down to single road right there at Phillips. It's not going to work. So we don't want to be ignored. We want to be listened to. We want you to hear our concerns, and we want you to tell the developer, come back with some single family homes. People will buy them. They will pay top dollar for them. That's why they want to live in suburbs. Otherwise, they can go down.
Spirit and fellow commissioners, thank you for allowing us to speak. Yes, I'm Dan Brantmeyer, live on Davis Trace, Mint Hill, right across from the proposed development. I'm pretty heavily involved with the neighbors and just kind of wanted to take the lead on it because I had a gut feeling about it and just wanted to carry the message, drive it home best we could, by doing petitions. I have over 100 petitions also, in addition to 350 petitions. I'll turn those over as well. And we still have a few outstanding. I assume we'll have some time to get more signatures as well if we have another date in mind, which is planned already, I guess. I've lived in Davis Trace since 2003, and I was a Matthews resident from 1991 to 2003, and I love both communities dearly. We moved to Davis Trace just due to it being a small community in that area and easy access to 485 right nearby and easy access to Highway 51, just down the road in Idlewild. And it being a newly constructed development, everything was attractive to us, and that's the reason why we moved from Matthews. And though we like Matthews dearly, I think other residents in Davis Trace would agree as well that they moved there for a lot of the same reasons. Excuse me for reading off a sheet here. I just don't want to miss any detailed information. A lot of us are present at the meeting tonight from Davis Trace in our community. We have collected, like I said, over 100 petitions with all the community. Oh, that 100, by the way, I'm sorry, is a combination with the neighbor with Stillwell. And I'm speaking on behalf because we are all kind of joined together in unity, and Brooks Knoll and the Epcon community, etc. At Davis Trace, we collected 42 out of 47 homes, and I wasn't able to reach the others. So that's a pretty good percentage. Basically, we do oppose to the mixed-use development. We are pro low density. We're okay with the original plan, I believe, of 125 single-family dwellings. Some information maybe, hopefully it's accurate, that I'm presenting here. Basically, the high density and the heavy traffic issues are the two top main concerns for sure. I think getting that gut feeling from everybody in the community, surrounding communities and neighborhoods. Right now it's very difficult to exit out of these neighborhoods. you know, it's already been talked about, traffic's backed up on Ottawa from 51 area. But we're having a hard time just getting out of, the surrounding neighborhoods from the traffic coming from 485, the way it is right now, and going and coming from 51. And I just cannot, you know, see, based on what's been proposed, what it's gonna be like. Not to say about the fire, truck access, and medical care access, and so on and so forth. I'm very much familiar with the initial proposal on how the road is going to be designed. You know, with the roundabout, lanes being widened 2 lanes on Ottawa, on Stallings Road, just a short jaunt to prior to the roundabout, and then past the roundabout going to 485, just a very short distance. That roundabout is 1,200 feet away from 485. You got cars coming off those exits onto the overpass on Ottawa Road. They have traffic lights, but they're, once the traffic isn't turn right on red or they got green, they're on the move. And now we're dealing with that right now. So I'm going to give you some numbers here, what I've gathered. I've talked to the mayor of Minhill. I've talked to the one of the top guys, the division project developer engineer of the NCDOT. Talked to the Stallings town planners. I've talked to the Minhill town engineer. Talked to one of Pappas's representatives, employees, Shell. We've gathered all this information from all these individuals, and I understand it's kind of like constantly moving in motion, and changes are being made and hopefully being made for the better after tonight, especially input that you're receiving. But so the numbers I have come up with, based on Pappas's properties development plan for their high density plan, I'm going to shift across the highway 45, going from 45 to Stevens Mill Road. Both Stallings and Matthews have approved of developments right there. I think it's right around the strip shopping center area to Stevens Mill Road, where developers propose to pay for 2 additional lanes, since the NCDOT is not going to fund that area. Not going to fund that area. All their funds have been shifted from that area to other areas for various reasons. Okay, NCDOT is funding on our side of 485. My understanding is the last figure I received was 5.4 million. I understand Pappas was going to contribute to that, roughly maybe around 7 million. That's just a number, may not be totally accurate, but that's information kind of what I got from hearsay. All right, installings across 485. There's going to be 967 living units that have already been approved. Out of the 967, there's going to be 678 apartments, plus 13 acres of commercial development. Matthews has a segment over there on the right side as you go that direction from 45 off of Bottomwell. Matthews has approved 115 single-family dwellings and 3.4 acres of commercial development. And it's already, like I said, it's already been approved. The only thing that's set in the back is the sewer situation, resolving that matter. So that those projects over there, who knows, may be underway before the development is underway on our side. But with no road, other than maybe 2 additional lanes going from that short distance from the shopping center to Stevens Mill, then bottlenecking after that, and people coming off of 485, with all that new development beyond Stevens Mill, with all the new housing they have in those communities, my goodness. But so that totals, let me total the Stallings and Matthews living units. That's 1,082. Okay, which could result in 2,164 vehicles if you use an average of 2 vehicles per living unit. Now, the Pappas proposal, of course, with that, with the 600, I think it's 662, was 666, but I added all the sub numbers up and it was 662. But regardless, those combined totals across the highway in Pappas, 1,744 living units. Take that times 2 cars, what do you got? Roughly 3,400. Take 1.5 cars per living unit. You can have a single person, I don't care, take 1.5, it's gonna be too many. Okay, plus we got a 64,000 grocery store, it's gonna have a gasoline station, we're gonna have a bank, we're gonna have 3 restaurants, we're gonna have office buildings, you know, wow. Dang it. So, and that's not to say of how many accidents have happened in that area right now. Oh my goodness. I don't know, I assume everybody's done a little study of that, but that number's kind of eye-catching as well. So that's my speech for tonight, and I thought, you know, having some numbers would be helpful going into your next meeting, even though I can't speak in the next meeting, but we'll have enough speakers, believe me, from all subdivisions. Good evening, my name is Joel. Nancy Road, about 8 houses away from Suster Farm. We just are scaling down for, instead of all the maintenance, it's done for us. What we've always liked about this area is the piece of it. You're close to a big city, but yet you're a little bit remote. That may be changing if this proposal goes through. We, the Epcot folks, I've contacted almost everyone who's contracted there, and we are opposed to changing any of your zoning for that, and we do support the Matthews people. At the very first meeting, one of the Pappas people had said, was discussing the signal versus the roundabout, said, oh, the Mid-Hill people, they'll just have to come through Epcot to make a left-hand turn. Well, I took my very own statement. Epcon's road is 21.5 feet wide. I would guess that your podium right here is more than the width of an Epcon street. If you put a parked car on there, and many of the homes don't have sidewalks there. You put a parked car on the street, only one parked car. You take school buses that will have to go out, exit through there, and perhaps an emergency vehicle. If you start to think that you're going to come through there, you take a fire truck, its turning radius is enormous. This is a senior community, and this project is planning on using it as a cut through to get out the left-hand turn out of Davis Trace or Hawks Road. I would think that, for one, it would make much more sense to me when this project finally comes to fruition, that you line it up with Davis Trace. The road is much bigger. It's further away from 485. And as Dan, the young man before me, spoke, it's 1,200 feet away from the 485 interchange. You're going to put a 4-lane roundabout. Perhaps all of the communities, because this is kind of a cluster of communities there, it's not the center of any. Perhaps you guys should form a task force and assign a council person from here, a council person from Mid-Hill and other areas, and work on the projects together so everyone knows what everybody's doing. We've talked to some of the people and they have it's hands off. We have agreements and we don't get involved in anybody else's projects. Well, maybe it's time to change it. That might be old school thinking. This community is growing and you need a little more cooperation there. So, I've gone through my notes. We, as a Epcot community, stand against that. We love this area. I've been in this area for quite some time now. Don't, because of development, don't go just jamming and packing everything in because someone submits a proposal and, hey, I also a business guy too. I see, whoa, there's a lot of tax dollars there. Let's not think that way. Is it cost the town of Matthews, does it cost them less money for a single family home or for rental property? What is your higher expense? Out of 666 homes, 130 of them, if I remember correctly, are going to be sold. Everything else is rental. Matthews is not a transient rental community. This project is not what you folks are all about and what we here are all about. I say thank you for your consideration in moving us up to the top of the agenda that we didn't waste our time coming today. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
My name is Bill Otto. I live in what's called the Brooks town, the village of Brooks Knoll, which is located inside of Davis Trace. I don't want to repeat anything. I just want to be more specific about a couple of things. I'm going to use a real strong word when I say I think it's unconscionable that the developer can come in and start to dictate traffic patterns to us across the street. Around this, I want to be very specific. When we come out now of Davis Trace, we can only make a right-hand turn and head on up to 51. We cannot turn left and get to 45 anymore. And as he just said, question was asked of Pappas. And he said, oh, you're just going to have to go through Epcot. That doesn't sit well with us. I'm under the impression that Barney is not the next in Stillwell. It looks like they're going to have the exact same thing. Again, only right-hand turns, no left-hand turns. Again, it's already been said, but I started to think about this. I saw a school bus go through here. Can you imagine a school bus coming down from 51, dropping off kids in Davis Trace? Can't turn left where they used to. Got to go up to the roundabout, come through Epcot, drop the kids off finally, and then turn around and do the whole thing over again. I think of fire trucks, et cetera, et cetera. It just, again, is unconscionable. They can come and tell us we've lived there for 20 years, and now they're going to tell us what our traffic patterns are supposed to be. Makes no sense. I want to address, again, to get specific. We don't need any commercial development in our residential area, but specifically, if we sit down as my wife just did just a couple of days ago, we have 4 Harris Teeters that are very, very close by. We don't need another grocery store, but let me continue. We have 2 Food Lion. We have 1 Publix. We have an Aldi's. We have a Lidl's. We have all of that. We need a gas station. I think there's one up on 51. I think there's one just over the bridge. And then down the street, there's 2 more. Do we really need another gas station? The other thing that struck me in terms of retail, the question was asked about that, is yeah, we're going to have some retail. We've driven around the area. There's empty storefronts. What can they bring to us in retail that we need? Not a thing. Just redundancy is what it amounts to. So it just doesn't make sense of what they're trying to do. We don't need it. The last thing I want to address are the restaurants. We've got a lot of restaurants, and they're all middle of the road type restaurants. I was fortunate enough a few years ago to get to know some of the chefs around town. And I ask them frequently, these are the big name chefs, why aren't you guys coming out toward Mid Hill? Build an upscale restaurant. I think there's a great density out there that could support you guys. He didn't answer me specifically. He just said it doesn't meet our criteria. Now, again, when Peppers was talking about restaurants, he just casually said, you know, we developed Waverly. We've got some restaurants there that some of us probably know, Dogwood and some of those, and it's an attraction. I don't think he can deliver on that promise. I don't think you're going to get a big name restaurateur. Matter of fact, one of the biggest names just went out of the business. They're false promises as far as I'm concerned. We're going to have another pizzeria, another bar. We have across the bridge, and we also have Dunwell's. We have all of that stuff. We don't need anymore. I agree with my colleagues. We don't need this, period. Thank you.
Lived in Bentonville up until my divorce about 5 years. At that time, I moved into Matthews and I moved into an apartment. Those people that you probably didn't want to see. I was very concerned about safety. I had a 16-year-old daughter at that time and was going to continue to have to work long hours. And as a result of that, she was going to be home on her own and was going to have to be walking our dog. The neighborhood or the apartment that I lived in, I will not mention, but it is very much near Sam's. I chose it because it had an appealing, exterior and it seemed to be safe. While I lived there, my next door neighbor's apartment was broken into. The storage building on the back of my patio was also broken into. We had a young woman who passed out on a sidewalk because she was shooting up drugs at 2 o'clock in the morning. I had to actually call the police about that. I had a taser that was a flashlight that we never walked out of my apartment in to walk our dog at all hours of the night because that's what he required. I was lucky enough to meet a partner, a lovely partner, Sean. He doesn't like me calling him that, but I feel a little too old to call him boyfriend. We were very fortunate to decide to move into the Stillwell community a couple of years ago. Now, the home that I live in with him on Barney Drive is a dream home. The community has been a blessing. It is peaceful, it is quiet, it is safe. There's never been one moment that I have been fearful of walking outside in that community to walk my pet, and I've never feared leaving my daughter there or my son. Now, my son is an Eagle Scout. He grew up in the Windrow subdivision. He went to Club 159, the Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts there. He went on to UT to become an engineer, and he's worked with the Tennessee Department of Transportation. He is also part of an engineering firm that is going to be doing some of the development at Sante. He is unable to speak because there is a conflict of interest there. But being his mother, I'm very involved in the things that he learned. I understand for the greater good that we need to make improvements and we need to do things like add roundabouts because left turns are dangerous and they do cause accidents. So by putting in a roundabout, we seem to fix a whole lot of those things. Now, that being said, as I told you previously, I am an RN who works in Uptown Charlotte. My commute to Charlotte is about 20 to 25 minutes in the morning. In the evening, it's about 40 to 45 minutes because I have to come through that roundabout at 50 miles Idlewild. It backs up all the way up to Williams Road and into Rice Road, and it takes me an additional 15 to 20 minutes to get from that location at Rice and Williams Road all the way into Stillwell Place. Now, I am an aware driver, and so if there's a long line of traffic behind me, I often go down to Davis Trace to make that left turn because there's a turn lane there, and I'm trying to be a safer person in our community and considerate of the people who I live with. Now, if we take those barriers that are proposed to get put up so that it eliminates that left turn, Mr. Pappas, because we have seen some of your suggestions, then I'm not going to be able to take that left turn to go to the Harris Teeter whenever I need to. My partner, whenever he needs to go to Concord, to his place of business, won't be able to take that left turn either. That was another draw to that community so that he can continue to have his business in Concord and have easy access. You're making proposals that impact negatively all of the residents of that area, long-term residents who have taken value and pride in the community in which they lived in and have done things to try to better their community by participating in it. You need to consider, as you go through your proposals, each of you developer folks who are here tonight, consider the impact. If you lived in our community, if you raised your children here, if you gladly poured your tax dollars into supporting the communities, the businesses that were in that area so that you had a strong community, would you want this development there? Would you want your time impacted with your drive as you continue to go about your daily life? I think that if you sat in our shoes and you had to honestly look at that, you may not be able to go to sleep at night with any sort of conscience. And if you did, then it's a further reason that I would like to not support your proposal. From here on, any development Ottawa Road, I will never support. I will openly talk badly about it. I will bring every issue to light about safety, about theft, about the impact to my community, and I will make it widely known on social media and any outlet that I have access to. Look out for your bottom line, that you also think about the impact that you're making on hundreds of people's lives and the lives of their children to come on in generations to follow, where you won't even be here any longer. So please hear us, take it to heart, and make some adjustments that we can buy into so that we can support what you're proposing. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And I hope that all of you as residents of this community also ask yourselves, would you support this if you lived in our communities, and make decisions that's going to be for the benefit of the community as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Hello, everyone. And again, thank you for letting us speak tonight, because it's going to be a lot longer line next time. So my name is Clay Gillum. I live in the Windrow subdivision. I've lived there for 20 some odd years. I was involved in Boy Scouts there. Raised both my kids there. Loved that neighborhood. It was so quiet, so peaceful. And at one time, supposedly it was the safest neighborhood in Matthews. But as someone also once said, or someone said earlier tonight, is we have nobody watching our traffic. It's getting crazy. I mean, it sounds like a racetrack going up and down Idlewild Road now. I mean, just like all the time between that and 485. And believe me, you can hear it from 485. You can hear the bands when they're outside, all the way from Moochie's to Windrow. Now, what's it going to be like if you put a place like that right there on our side? The other thing is this development is not the only development. A
lot of people are unaware. A lot of people on the Stallings side are unaware of what's going on. My brother-in-law lives up there. He had no idea. You're basically building a town that is going to be adjudicated by 3 different towns. It's going to be more dense than downtown Matthews. You're going to have 666 dwellings on our side. You're going to have, I don't know, what'd you say, 700 and something. It's going to wrap all the way around that Harris Teeter thing. Only going to have 2 entrances of that. One is going to be the stoplight to go in behind the Harris Teeter, and the other one's going to be beside the gas station. Then there's supposedly a hotel and something else and other apartments going in on the other corner on Stallings. I don't know that there's any plans in Mint Hill, but all I'm saying is you have 3 towns that are trying to develop, massively overdevelop this area that is on the corner of all these 3 towns. We're as far away as you can get from the center of Matthews, and you're going to build something more densely populated than downtown Matthews. You should build from the inside out. Shouldn't be just popping stuff over in the far corner because we're the redheaded stepchildren over here that nobody thinks about. So I just don't want Matthews to change. I understand something's got to go there, but I think we can do it at a much lower density. And again, I don't think we need more supermarkets, more gas stations. I don't think anybody's being underserved by that. We're already dealing with problems from the park that's next to us because they put the bike trail right next to our neighborhood lake and tennis court. So we constantly are dealing with trespassers now. And I mean, that's a big liability. We have a lake right there that kids could fall in. I mean, they're riding their bikes there. There's riprap, there's rocks, and it's an attractive nuisance because you put the bike trail right next to our property line and they can see all that. I just think it's too far reach. It's shooting for the moon, something that doesn't need to happen, that obviously nobody wants. I love this community. I love Windrow. I love Matthews. And I really don't want to see this happen. It's unnecessary. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Tony Reeves. A couple of you guys know me already on board. I reached out, Gina, Tom, John, Mayor, Larry, Renee. Every one of you guys, I've reached out to you. We tried to let you know this was coming. Until we actually informed you, we were suddenly surprised by this. There was a survey that went out. How many people actually saw that survey? Anybody in this room? Not anybody's raising their hands. Jenny, you were saying so many people are really wanting this project to go forward. Mr. Pappas, I apologize to you on our behalf from the town that made a mistake. They made a big mistake. I want to thank Julia and also Trent, Nick for coming from Channel 36. These guys have been telling you there's a lot of issues here. That's why they're here. There's more media that's going to be here on the 12th. But we're just trying to let you know. I used to be in May with the city of Charlotte. And I did that and I saw the safety issues back then. This is years ago. I got smart. I went back to college. I said, I'm not going to see more. But I saw the accidents. Right now, Ottawa's full of accidents. You already saw 141 in recent years. Mr. Pappas, I informed you about that. I said, this is a big issue. I don't know what happened on the survey. I don't know what happened to everybody that is here today that didn't even get informed of this survey, but you just don't perform a survey, not contact the citizens. I mean, what happened? I mean, and when we had that meeting with Pappas, not one member of this board was there, not even you, Jay. You're director of planning. What happened?
You don't have to attend it? Okay.
It's between the community and the developer.
Well, when I moved to Matthews 30 years ago, Matthews was the golden child of this area, still is. We obviously are showing it now. But I moved here, and I grew up in Charlotte. I'm one of the few Charlotteans that actually say I grew up in Charlotte. But I lived on the other side of town, and I wanted to live in Matthews, living way out in Coolwood. And I said, wow, I've heard a lot about Matthews. Such a wonderful place. 10 years ago, it was the top place to live in a national magazine, the top 10. We're not going to be there much longer if you guys don't stop what you're doing now. Hope everybody's listening. I know everybody here is, but I hope you guys listen to what's saying. I'm part of a group called BOC Neighborhoods United. We're strong, getting stronger. We actually have more people outside of North Matthews contact us recently because there's more projects. They are affected by it. We want to know, and we want you to know that we're listening and we're going to observe what's going to happen on this project. Because if it doesn't go the way it should go, you're going to hear a lot more noise. Thank you.
Public hearing has been held, so that's why you don't see elected officials. Not appropriate, so that you can speak honestly. We'll hear it at the public hearing, so that's why you don't see elected officials at those meetings. Does anybody else like to speak tonight?
I just wanted to know where, I've lived in Matthews for a long time, and I had no idea until my neighbor told me about this. And, I saw the empty lot there and I assumed it was going to be for single families, for homes, and I thought it would be wonderful. But I did not know about it until my neighbor told me, oh, you got to come tonight. And then we come, we see paper on the wall, it's being delayed till December 12th, and it was delayed so many times. So we're obviously all going to be back on December 12th, and we'll get more of our neighbors to know about this. But shouldn't there be a mailing or something? We do have a post office, and they still do snail mail saying there is an important meeting about the future of Matthews as a whole. Are we going to be the suburbs, or do we want to become little mini Charlotte? I don't want that. None of us here, most of us here do not want that. So that's what I was.
Anyone else about this? Mr. Pappas, I'd like to request a continuance. Entertain such a motion.
I'll make a motion that we continue this to December 12th, 2022.
Second. I'll second that. We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second for Commissioner Garner. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, we'll move on to the next hearing item. Appreciate the enthusiasm and passion you folks brought tonight. Well, sure.
They're like the trying to like their enemy. I'll drive in. And so.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, Mark. We're going to go back to our regularly scheduled agenda. So zoning, original 7A zoning application 2022-763 self-storage, zoning classification from B1CD to B3CD. 1.5 acre tract designated as 7904 Council Place and be located in the northwest quadrant of the East John Street Interstate 45 interchange and be further designated as tax parcel 57-37182. This was continued from October 10th. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Good evening.
Sorry, Rob. I was asleep at the wheel.
Oh, no, that's all right.
Um,
You're the tech master.
uh,
All right. Yes, as the mayor mentioned, this was continued from last month. And that was so that the applicant could address some of the issues that were raised by comments by commissioners at the public hearing. Some of those issues were some of the landscaping in the DOT right of way and the architecture of the building. So what the applicant has done is brought back an increased site plan that has increased landscaping around the perimeter of the site. Bike racks will be provided as requested. The enhanced landscaping is removed from the original, from the DOT right of way, and maximum height of the building will be 43 feet or 3 stories. So this building will be visible from at least 3 sides. So getting it to look right is critical to the rezoning here. I have provided you a number of pictures of the site and also some precedent imagery of other self-storage buildings. The applicant has a presentation this evening and will give you an idea of some updated renderings for the architecture. But we're not talking about apartments, so it's just self-storage. I will be happy to take any questions that you may have for staff.
Rob, the original was 2 stories. I thought it was 3 stories.
It was, yes, sir.
I thought we had discussed only 4 stories. And, but to move to the easements, not the easements, that's the wrong term. Just the setbacks.
Yes, increase the
Increase the
setbacks.
setbacks. So obviously that was not taken into consideration.
Well, they have, I'll let the applicant speak to the size of the building, but they have, I believe, shrunk the size of the footprint because they have added peripheral landscaping, which wasn't there before. It was all in the right of way, as you remember.
Okay.
All right, who's going to be presenting?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Board, I'm John Carmichael. We'll try to be really efficient with this. So thank you. With me tonight are Austin Coleman, who is the site planner, and Jan Bryan, who's the architect, and then Ray Holt and Mark Carpenter are here. I won't go through all these slides. Y'all are familiar with the site. We discussed them last month, but it's about 1.5 acres right there at the end of Council Place. And so the request is to rezone the site from B1CD to B3CD to allow a climate controlled self-storage facility to contain up to 99,000 square feet of floor area. No outside storage, and the storage units can only be used for storage purposes, and the storage units cannot be used for residential, office uses, or any other form of human occupancy. That's a new note that was added. Couldn't see the doors from the exterior of the building. Access to the individual units would be by way of internal hallways. And then the maximum height would be 45 feet and 3 stories. So those are 2 requirements that would have to be met in terms of height. This is the prior site plan that you may recall from last month on October 10th. This is the revival. I won't go tell you about the revisions to the site plan before we share them with you. We did add the note about no human occupancy. I think that was Mayor Higdon that was worried about that, and rightly so. We did add a note about the bike racks for employees. There are commitments that have been added to the plan regarding the installation of landscape screening around the perimeter of the site, and the planning schedule and planning standards for such landscaping has been added to the plan. Austin will go over those in some detail. And then we did add a note about obtaining Hawk certification for the site. I'm going to ask Austin to go over the landscaping and then talk about the changes to the architecture.
Okay. I'm Austin Coleman with V3 Southeast. We're providing land planning, landscape architecture, and civil engineering for this proposed building here. I know a point of concern last month was the planting within NCDOT right away. We have removed all proposed plantings within NCDOT right away. And as you can see, we have added, it's a 10-foot buffer planted within the setback to help screen this building. It's going to be small maturing trees supplemented with large evergreen shrubs, and then some smaller evergreen shrubs to fill in between. The small maturing trees will be 25 feet on center, and the large evergreen shrubs will also be 25 feet on center to supplement those trees. We also added some shrubs on the back side of the building. We cannot plant in this green area you see here. That is an existing drainage easement. So no plantings are allowed there. So we did what we could to screen that back side of the building. And then along Council Place, these will be the required tree frontage, and then also some large maturing trees within the parking per code.
These all native species?
Yes, they'll all be native and out of the approved list. Okay.
Is the note and then the plan.
Yeah, this note just further explains what whatever.
Good evening, I'm Jan Bryan, Michael Parker Studios architect on this project. Happy to be here with you again tonight. I'm going to go very quickly through the prior elevations. Some of the comments we had, wanted to have a little bit of a simplification on the building. This is the elevation that actually faces John Street originally. This was the elevation we had proposed originally, faces Council Place. Similar for 45. This was the view from the adjacent retail. This is just an overall, just to give you an idea of the site plan here. You can see in the corner where the building faces. This elevation is actually facing East John Street. And one of the comments was we wanted to enhance this elevation particularly, try to give some elements that we had mimicked on the Council Place side. Also, there was a request to have more an office building feel to this side of the building, as well as introduce more glass, again, to try to get that office resemblance on the East John Street facing. So what we've done is we've added all of the windows originally that we had proposed to be just color changes and evens. We've added glass. We've given the regular pattern across the face of the building to, again, try to mimic an office type facility. You'll notice a color change here. We've actually played with some color schemes, and we particularly like the darker color scheme here for this building. But that's the largest change that you're going to see is across East John Street. We've added quite a bit of brick along this elevation. And then I've got one slide, I believe it'll show you here toward the end of the proposed lighting scheme we might see on the face of this building. This is the council place side. This is really unchanged except for the coloring. Again, none of these windows will have direct view access into any of the doors. I think some of the examples that were part of the response letter, most all of those buildings show doors in those full brick buildings, doors. That's not what we're proposing here. This is an elevation facing the 485 toward the corner of East John Street. We added glass here at this corner so that we can begin to, again, get that office feel as you approach from 45 and then down John Street. And this is the elevation facing the retail center. We're proposing just some color changes there with the EPIS. We can have a conversation whether or not that needs to be glass, but in our estimation, just the color change and the pattern that we create along the face accomplishes that. I believe I have one slide. Was kind enough to have some conversations with John Irvin about lighting in particularly, and I don't know if that's actually up for consideration tonight, but the idea here is that at night, try to light this so that we've got some attention to detail here even at night. And we've used these lights pretty successfully on past projects and 3 or 4 story buildings. It's not a large amount of light. They're all cutoff fixtures, LED. So it's really just a wash of light, and just trying to make sure we give not just a pleasant building to look at on John Street, but at night it's got some activity as you come by. So in whole, not a lot of changes, but we feel like we've addressed particularly the East John Street side, as well as the retail side that you face just a building. Any questions for me?
How does the EPIS hold up for the building material breaks down?
I can say that early installations of EPIS, particularly in residential applications, is a very bad product, create a lot of problems. We use EPIS probably, I would say 75 to 80% of the buildings that we do, EPIS is part of those buildings. They come now with much longer warranties, and as long as it's installed properly, which we make sure that we have contractors and subcontractors that do that. We've not had any problem with that. You will have challenges if you get into really, really dark colors. Reds, dark blues particularly tend to fade really, really bad. And so we're proposing a color that is not as prone to have that fading just because it's more of a natural earth tone color. We just don't see that fading like you would tend to with bright colors. And although we love those, there's Sam's Marts, they've already have bright colors, but in EPIS, over a number of years would not be a real successful product as far as maintenance is concerned.
Our questions from the board?
That's Sharon, it's Ben in Austin. So I think we're getting there. I'm not gonna let you off the hook.
I didn't think you would.
So, I think Mark already raised the question.
Yes.
But I really thought that moving to 4 stories was going to give that building some elbow room and give everybody the buffering that they wanted. So, in looking at the buffering, not going that way. I noticed I had to do all paper copies. A lot of details that are hidden. Large deciduous trees, mature height 50 feet. Then small deciduous trees, that is trees that lose their leaves, right? Are 25 feet. And so the evergreens may grow up to 12 feet. So what I'm hearing is the idea was that you want 4 stories back and layered buffer and shrubbery and all, and make better hay out of the whole presentation. Now we've got big tall tree ultimately every 20 years. We've got shrubs down here, and we've got this big old gap inside there. The building really has to stand on its own architecturally. So I'm a little concerned about that, but that could probably be a simple switch out plant here primarily the elevation is labeled, view from adjacent retail. I don't think most members of this board are familiar with the Mr. stuff out there. Have actually gone up to it, touched it, knocked on it, that kind of thing. I have a problem. I think you have to talk about expanded glass or windows down that side, or turning the corner and going a bay or two down the side with some windows, because you're coming down John Street, heading out of town, you're going to get that oblique angle of that building, and frankly, it's the rendering is fine, but it's not going to come off like it's an office building. And I thank Jay and Rob and all of those great illustrations, because you can see that if you took the word self-storage off those images, you couldn't tell them apart from an office building. And that's what we talked about. So you can simplify, more glazing, it comes from an office environment looking. And then I don't think anybody has a problem with a nice corporate looking office sitting on that corner there. I think if everybody looks at the elevation, this John Street, played the scale game pretty well, and thereby you took a 3-story building and it reads as 2. Look at that one. Attorney.
Which one are they?
John Street. There you go. So it's a little dark and imposing, but the other windows are dark. But I mean, I like the fact that, you know, it reads as a 2-story building. In reality, it's a 2-story. I'm just running down my list. So the 4-story versus 3, there's a question of landscape buffering. Along 45, there was a little bit more intense landscaping going on, and it's probably because you're over the line a little bit. So I'm a little concerned about that. I think there might just be too much EFS, too much stuff. That's a lot of surface area. You're not even remotely close to the query rule, 50%. So I think you've got some money room in there from that standpoint, and I don't even have to look out the corner of my eye and bet when it's happening. Aha. So I think that could be adjusted a little bit. Talked about the scale, doing a good job. I didn't see any commitment to like, hey, we'll help you with the Matthews entry sign as well. But I think
We haven't gotten there yet. We haven't waited till you mentioned it.
Ooh, wow.
So you just mentioned it. Sorry.
So that's, so that, there it is. So we got that spec from Public Works. And so that's something that we can do, but it would have to be subject to the approval of, it has to be in the right of way. So so if we could get an encroachment agreement from NCDOT, I have no idea how difficult that would be.
Town sounds now, I guess we have something.
So the answer is yes, subject to getting approval of NCDOT. I don't know, would we have to go through Susan, go through Town of Matthews on that as well? So subject to approval, Susan and NCDOT.
So those are just my comments. I just thought there's just a little still too much EFS on here. I'm not a happy camper with all EFS windows, but if there's a compromise of turning corners, if the angle of the building still looks like that. It's moving in the right direction. I'm just not completely sold on the state of the game, but I'm certain we get there. Yes, Mr. DeFono.
Yes, what is the setback on the John Street side?
10 feet.
That's the minimum required.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a minimum required. I'm questioning if you could get that kind of landscaping to look grow around that particular.
It looks like the building's considered rear side in that location, 10 feet. It's like you need maybe 9 more feet. So to answer your question, my interpretation of drawings is about 15 feet from the property line to the back of the building, the John Street business.
Yeah, I couldn't tell from the drawing.
The way we have it shown, it's not right up on the minimum 10-foot setback. We do have a couple feet off, so it's probably 12 to 15 feet from the property line. Is that back side of the building?
Can't come up with anything. Can't tell from, it doesn't have a dimension in the drawing. You can come back with.
I want to say 12 feet, but
Yeah.
I don't know for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions or support? Commissioner Garner?
I think what Commissioner Urban was maybe getting to, interpret feedback wrong, but the building has a bit of an institutional look. This is much warmer than it was the first time it came to us, but adding some more elements that would create a warmer, more welcoming look. And that could be through, it could be through other materials, but and especially on the side, and I brought this up the last time where facing the adjacent parking lot, adding a little bit more detail, a little bit more variation there. Really helpful.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner,
So let me ask you a question based on some of the comments we've given. The public hearing is open. We could close it and it goes to the planning board, or provided you're able to regroup, refocus, and get something to the planning board. Otherwise, we're just going to be talking about this. So my question to you, can you come out of this dog fight, turn around 180 degrees, and be ready to go again? When will the planning board meet? 2 weeks? Next week. Next week.
Thanksgiving week.
They serve turkey then.
Maybe I'll be here.
I really don't want the planning board to do something that's not being applied, because then we're stuck. Without having-
We'll do what we need to do.
Whatever it takes to make that deadline.
Next week.
Next week.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban.
before I ask the planning board if they have any questions, Jay, could you introduce them? I forgot to do that. Confusion of our last. Yeah.
Audience is a little bit smaller. On our front row, we have Natasha Edwards, our vice chair. On the second row, our chair, Mike Foster, Bobby Lavner, Jim Johnson, Jonathan Clayton. Thank you. Doug, I'm sorry, Doug, you're on the third row. Doug Rose.
Thank you. Does anybody on the planning board have any questions or comments? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll look forward to this going to the planning board and come back to us on this one as well.
Public.
Anybody in the audience have any questions, virtually or otherwise? Maureen, will you have anybody virtually?
No, we do not.
All right. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Move on to the next item, zoning application 2022-765, text amendment to amend the text section of 155.504.3.c.3 by adding language that allows more than 600 dwelling units in the ENTO district to receive construction permits and certificates of occupancy prior to the date on which 40,000 square feet of new commercial space has been completed or is under construction in the ENTO district, provided that each development project that includes dwelling units and a specified minimum.
Thank you, Mayor. Just again to reiterate, this is to increase the maximum dwelling units for all of the ENT overlay area above the 600. Currently, there are 359 residential dwelling units that have been constructed in the entertainment overlay area, and there are 241 units remaining before that 600 unit cap has been met. Since last month, they have slightly altered the terms of an exemption. So in this case, once that 600 units has been, once that 600 dwelling unit cap has been met, the exemption would allow this would allow a project to receive permits exceeding the 600 limit before the 400,000 if they're able to provide a minimum of 5% of the dwelling units that are actually constructed in the project to maintain monthly rents that are restricted to no more than 80% of the median income, and also provide a minimum of 50 square feet of commercial space per dwelling for the number of units that are actually constructed for the project. The staff recommendation is recommended that if the board were to move forward with the new terms, that any of the affordable housing aspect, that we look at that for not just a rent perspective, but also a for sale perspective too, since it would apply to the ENT overlay as a whole and not just individual projects.
How long would that last?
So the affordable housing aspect would last for about 15 years. Yes, a period of not less than 15 years.
All right, any questions? All right, Mr. Sloan.
So the way I'm reading this is that it completely cuts the original intent. We exceeded 600, which I've stated many times, which I think is a mistake originally started with. But now we're actually letting the developers off the hook. In other words, there's a strong possibility that, for instance, Riley is now going to be left off the hook because they're not going to have to conform anymore to putting in the minimum square footage of reading this, which they had obligated themselves to do, and theoretically back away from that now. This text amendment, is that the correct assumption?
So for any rezonings moving forward, so with the text amendment in place, any developments moving forward, they would need to meet both of these standards. So one of the things that this does is it gives an opportunity for, I guess, smaller projects to put in some level or some scale of commercial space. But I think what's an important thing to remember is once that 40,000 square foot comes into effect, then the 600 dwelling unit limit would be removed. Just for instance, I think tonight we have one other rezoning. They're looking at putting in about 18,000 square feet of commercial space. So that would only leave another, what's that, like 22,000 square feet of commercial space before that 40,000 cap gets hit. And after that, it would be removed. For the Briley rezoning, they're still required to come back before the board before any type of architectural or elevation approvals. And as part of that rezoning, there are also requirements for certain buildings to install retail or commercial at a first floor level.
I'm still asking about the square footage requirements. In other words, Riley will still be required. Refresh my memory, I don't have the video in front of me for that particular phase, but what was the trigger at 600? What was the square footage? Was it the 40,000?
Right. So at 40, so it's everything in the ENT overlay district is capped at 600 dwelling units until 40,000 square feet of commercial has been constructed. So right now, we're at 359 residential dwelling units. The only thing that's been constructed are the Briley apartments that are standing today. There's 241 units remaining before that 600 unit cap is met. So we have a few rezonings. A further phase of the Matthews mixed use was part of the Briley apartments. That was recently approved, but nothing's come under construction yet.
Right, but they've been approved by this board to actually get up to that, I think it was 597 total.
Right, it was 560 total.
500.
So that's capped as part of the Briley rezoning. So for all of that, they cannot exceed 560 residential units.
Right, but if this text amendment through, and the 40,000 square foot trigger at 600 units is no longer in place, correct?
If they were able to meet those two conditions for the affordable housing and the 50 square feet of commercial per dwelling unit. So what this would do is it would let you exceed that 600
I know that,
if those two are met.
right? But it doesn't meet 40,000 square feet of the original UDO concept. In other words, what we're doing is we're circumventing what our original poorly planned wording was in the original document, and now we're making it even worse. So in other words, we're allowing it to go over 600 without forcing the developers to put in 40,000 square feet. Would that be a correct assumption?
I've been thinking of how we could describe this in the way that language was originally written. It's kind of a jump ball for developers that you set this arbitrary cap. And NRP could come in later today or late this evening, have their hearing. That project could be approved, but it's sort of off to the races for developers to get to that 600. It creates a lot of uncertainty in permitting, like, okay, who's going to submit their permits first? So in retrospect, yeah, that cap is kind of difficult when you've got competing developments in play here. Now, keep in mind, everything we're working on in this district is going to be conditionally zoned. If it's not already, it will be. The Briley has, John, I think it's 570 is their maximum multi-family. They have 359 units now. They just received approval for another one. So for the recent active adult project that your board approved a few months ago. So that project is nearing a cap. There is very little additional retail, residential that can occur. And at that point, via conditional zoning, they have to come in and do the commercial aspect of that development, or the land just sits there. So they can't just keep building more and more multifamily on the Briley site.
Other developers.
Where?
I mean, according to this text amendment, in other words, if another developer comes in and builds 50 units and puts us over the 600, they're no longer required to supply 40,000 square feet.
So the amount of land available for this development is very, very finite. In fact, I would say 90+% of the available developable land is already in play for rezonings right now. Midfield Station is another one. There's about 70 or 80 acres. The Prophet Dixon is in process now. Had hearings in January. And of course, we are hopefully going to get to NRP's hearing this evening at 6 o'clock for 300 or so units.
I'm perplexed right now.
Yeah.
This is really not a good thing. And I think it really guts the overall long-term plan to it's making it easier now to put in more residential units and less commercial space.
So we've been working really hard with these developers. I mean, I think I told you all at the last hearing, I pushed really hard for the Briley to have ground level commercial. I didn't materialize. That project still moved forward. John Urban probably remembers staff feedback in 2017 that we really felt the commercial should be part of that project day one. With this project, the developer is now proposing, I believe, 18,000 or so feet of commercial space, which we think is a big departure from the Briley, that it will have a fairly significant commercial aspect to it. It's lacking in that first phase of Briley. And I know we're to that public hearing in a moment.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Jay, can you speak to the 40,000 square feet? That's the entire, what 40,000 square feet, that's the minimum commercial, in the entire district?
Yeah, so there's two metrics. I think when our former planning director put it together, the intent was that the site, that the district didn't develop too heavily commercial or too heavily residential. So they're also, I think there's about 100 or 150,000 feet of commercial was a cap before so many residential units had to be created. So the goal really was that it would be a mixed use district and there would be balance. What we've seen today is that we did approve phase one of the Briley. Board and staff at the time felt like it was a good project. There's now a lag, right? We've gone through a pandemic. We're seeing a reduction in retail space. There's really been a decline. There's not as much retail being built. So there has been a lag between when hopefully that commercial piece materializes. And I share some of the same frustration that you do, Commissioner.
But to be clear, what this says, when we achieve 40,000 square feet, that could be it. That could be the max that's ever going to be there.
It could be. However, to Darren's point, the board has, I think, through the conditional zoning process, from here on out, you have near total control over how and when and what gets developed in this district through phasing and the conditions that you can create. You know, if you want to stipulate that every building has to be mixed use, or that there has to be 100,000 feet of commercial, that you have that ability to request that. Now, the developer can always say no. But there's very little that's going to be, I would say, by right in the future, because everything has to come before your board for approval.
But you would have to change this again.
No, not necessarily. Once that 40,000 feet is hit, it's just a matter of what the conditional notes say for the various projects.
That line right there says there's no further requirement for commercial space in the district.
As the code reads, but your more powerful tool is the conditional zoning plan. That's how, you know, this board is really going to dictate how this district begins to develop out.
Sure. I think what would have to happen is you may have to do a policy statement about the district and say you can take 80,000 square feet of commercial when necessary. And these conditional zonings come in, then you're talking to these petitioners about our policy says this. I mean, right now I can see that these links, they're all going to point to this table. You know, you're only talking policy wise about 3,000 square feet. You may have to resurrect that number. I know what Jay said. I mean, I can turn around to the next petitioner, not size petitioner. Next petitioner comes out. I can say, no, I think, you know, I think we're ready for mixed use in this location, and they're going to have to put up shop. Bottom line in conditional zoning. So I think we have some homework to do here, because it's a 20-year-old plus plan. Do it for a long time. So I think we do have to take a pause here and step back a little bit and see how that needs to digest. Of course, we have a zoning case up here tonight that we talk about, but that lends me to circle around to this text amendment I'm really talking about. Is that you made a comment about, well, you know, we could tackle this thing as a case by case basis, or we could codify it. And I guess my question is, I don't have the answer. I mean, I'd like it maybe codified, because in future boards, maybe they're less concerned about certain things. And so it's better to put in front of them X percentage will be X result. I like case by case because I like to negotiate to the field goal. I mean, I want to kick the end zone kind of thing. I don't know how the rest of this board feels, but I mean, I'm intrigued by this case by case scenario, but I also know how boards react over an extended period of time. So do you have any, it seems like you were leaning towards case by case, but playing devil's advocate, that could have a drawback as well. So mean, I'm nervous with the bubble. I mean, I'm not befuddled about the percentages and square footages, but I'm befuddled about the text amendment and who rules today. I mean, I like the case by case scenario, but then a developer is going to sit here and say, well, I have no rules in which to go by. You know, I'm at the mercy of the board that day. Frankly, I kind of like that sometimes, but I like it also to codify things so they know what the rules are. So this text amendment kind of going to some other members of the point is a little on the timid side. I know it gets an affordable housing component, but in the same vein, you don't have to say that because Commissioner can come up to the dais and Commissioner Poole can say, I'd like to see 5% or 80%. You negotiate that. So give me the pros and cons on case by case versus pros and cons and actually codifying it the way you have it.
So you may or may not recall that the last time we had this hearing, staff suggested to remove this metric because we have sort of form-based requirements in our E&T district that talk about fenestration and building architecture. And then we did feel like because of the uniqueness of this area and how few parcels there are that can be developed, that case by case really made a lot of sense. It gave us the ability to work directly with petitioners. I think the con to that is that as council and staff, we don't have anything to point to in the UDO that says you have to meet the standard. So that definitely is a con. I will, agree to that.
That creates a huge dilemma for me. I know it's just a text amendment, but I know there's someone behind it. It's the fly in the lane scenario. I like the case by case scenario. I would not want to codify it.
Here's another way to look at it. But should this project move forward and they build their 18 or 20,000 feet? Now we're only talking about 20,000 feet to make it to that 40. Midfield Station has a public hearing in January. They're proposing, I don't know, 800 or 1,000 housing units, several 100,000 feet of commercial space. Like our focus is on getting each of those individual site plans correct and making sure there are active street level experiences, that we've got commercial space, mixed use buildings, destinations. Like our focus is very granular. It's not about whether this like random metric is square foot. But we do agree we want to see more office, more commercial space out there. Yeah, and we've been very clear with, and not to get into different rezonings, we've been very clear with that developer that it needs to be paced appropriately and there needs to be a significant amount of commercial space in any phase one. Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Tafano.
So here's, I think, to clarify my thoughts, is that by doing this piecemeal like this and giving them the opportunity to put in smaller amounts of retail space, we lose the grand scheme. What either it's going to be an entertainment district or we don't call it that anymore. Because as soon as you start doing this on a piecemeal basis and allowing them to put some small retail spots in, the grand plan gets eaten away. And we don't have, we no longer have the requirement of having the larger scale square footage that we originally envisioned for an entertainment district. So I think that's where my concern comes from, is that we can lose the whole concept by doing it in this small piecemeal.
Very valid concern.
All right, any further questions or comments? Any questions or comments from the planning board? John? Read this good.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Member, members of the Board of Commissioners and Planning Board. So back in 2017, I hope my recollection is correct. So these numbers of 40,000 square feet to 600 units are not the creation of any development. They're the creation of the town. And 40,000 square feet is a minimal amount of commercial over
I don't know how many acres the entire entertainment district is. But two things can be true. You could codify this. The reason we are trying to question the change is so you can consider other projects like what we're going to present shortly, about the 40,000 square feet having been constructed or under construction, just to give you the ability. But no matter what comes, no matter what's proposed in that district, it's going to be a case by case because it's going to be a conditional rezoning, whether or not you codify this. And so as a board, if you think 40,000 square feet is the right number, then that's okay. If you think 45,000 square feet is the right number in the first phase, that's within your purview as well. So I think you could. And as I also recall, I think the 40,000 square feet was a policy, not an ordinance requirement back in 2017 when the Riley was approved. I think I could be wrong, but Jay, correct me if I am, but it's my strong recollection that it became an ordinance requirement when the overlay district was adopted. So this requirement was not in place when the Riley, as I understand it, so if I'm wrong, I apologize in advance, when that was approved back in 2017. So there are, I think, 570 dwelling units that can be built, and then there's a bunch of commercial space that's been approved but not yet constructed. So that is a distinction between what we're talking about today and then what occurred back in 2017. This proposal was just one thought of how to provide a little flexibility to the board to this requirement so it can consider something like the NRP proposal that we'll bring before you in a little while. But there was no intent to say 40,000 square feet would be the maximum that would be in the district. That was not the intent at all. And of course, that wouldn't satisfy anybody in town. But in working with Jay, Darren, we were just trying to think of some sort of metric that if you didn't propose 40,000 square feet in a particular project, but you met two requirements, namely 5% affordable and 50 square feet of commercial per dwelling unit, then it could be considered by the board. Doesn't have to be approved by the board, the proposal. That was really the intent. But the 40,000 square feet was not a number that we came up with or a prior developer came up with, to my knowledge. It was, first time I ever saw those ratios was in the policy statement of the DMV district. That's,
in my mind, 40,000 square feet of commercial in the entire district is pitifully inadequate.
and I would agree with you. But that's where we came, that's where the 40,000 came from, Mr. Mayor, just the ordinance.
All right. Mr.
So then, John, you're not opposed to we could scuttle this text amendment conversation if it's case by case basis.
Well, but it's an ordinance requirement, so you either,
We would want to ask them, what would we scuttle in the text amendment to get rid of that conversation? Move to a more case by case basis. I mean, is it just that one line? Is it line 3?
it's line 3. Yeah, that would need to be eliminated from the ordinance, which would be a text amendment.
Right. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, but you're kind of supporting the same position I've been talking about as this case by case scenario, because it's conditional zoning.
Which it is anyway, even if you adopt the text amendment.
Right. It seems like this is kind of like a high ledge that's preventing you from walking into the door in some regards.
That's exactly right. We just want the ability to walk in the door and work with the town and ask for something. And then if the town doesn't want it, then we understand that. But the 40,000, see what you could consider the next proposal.
I get it.
Yeah, okay. I know I'm beating it. Yeah, I apologize. I don't mean to.
Jay, what's the negative in just go on number 3? Mr. Thomas, I've hyped about this for 12 years about continue to look at things in little pods and not from 30,000 feet discussing these things. And I would say that in 12 years we haven't had this issue, but now it's come about. This is a really good case in which, it's going to bite you because in 2020 years ago, we looked at this whole thing as one particular parcel with a policy and an idea and an ideation. By looking at this little rezoning case, it's getting watered down. Go ahead, Jay.
So my first thought is, I would rather see 10,000 square feet of really quality commercial space than 40,000 feet of mini storage. Something that really doesn't add to the
It could be an
district.
office, right? I mean, that's so vague. I
It
mean,
could be office space, that still doesn't create any vibrancy in the district, which is what all of our goals are. If you were going to scuttle 3, which we suggested last month, I would say that it should be performance-based, and it should say that projects are expected to create a vibrant mixed-use experience with active storefronts on primary streets, plazas, public art. Like, I would still have language there, but maybe you take out this arbitrary number. The language clearly states that projects should be mixed use in nature. If that's the direction
I
that
can
you
see
would
that
rather.
as a vision statement that's kind of overarching, use some reflection.
Okay.
I just did a quick Google search of what the square footage of a 10 screen movie theater would be.
Okay.
25,000 square feet. Okay, so what we're talking about, 40,000 to the mayor's point, is pitiful for the entertainment district. That's what entertainment is, I think, isn't it? That's theaters and open space for performing arts and where people can be entertained, not where they can shop. So this is what I'm trying to get, and I'm belaboring the point, I know, is either we call it and make it an entertainment district, or we just stop calling it an entertainment district.
Commissioner Garner.
I think the base of the discussion is an understanding of what the entertainment district is. And looking at the entertainment district package and definition. I guess the question is, like, how do you encapsulate that into a couple sentences? Okay, and have that on hand for future zoning issues. The entertainment district has 62,000 square feet of entertainment already in the bowling alley. I mean, it's already covered. So, and that could be argued with the way that we talked about this the very first time we talked about this project, over a year ago. The way it's written, developers could argue. I'm not trying to give you any tips.
No, you're not. We're not trying to make that argument.
Right, no, but developers could argue, anybody else coming in could argue that is already covered, that the 40,000 square feet is already covered. And so what we need to do is figure out a solution that fits in, whether it's the text amendment or in conditional zoning, that suits our needs, but also suits the needs of future boards, because we want to make sure that the intention is set for whoever may be sitting here making these decisions. I don't have a good answer for that, or even a good suggestion for that, but I'm trying to sort of get to the meat of the circle that we keep going around, and keep all of that in mind as we come up with our solution of what the best approach is.
And I would never come before, let's say we had a project that had 40,000 square feet, and then there's still 80 acres left. I would never come before this board and say, we met the 40,000 square feet's been met. We're not doing another square foot of commercial. You would never see me here. I can't imagine you see them up there in good faith making that argument to you in any subsequent rezoning in the ENT. And I say that just for the point that it's really going to be within your control, no matter what happens with the text amendment. Like I said, I think Commissioner Urban said, all we're really seeking is a reasonable way to open the door to allow you to consider something. That's all. Because as I said, in 2017, I think it was a policy rather than a regulation. But anyway, that was the point of the text amendment, or is the point.
My concern is that we're building an apartment district.
think in that sense, then it would make sense for us to have a 5:30 or 6 o'clock meeting where we go through the package. It defines the entertainment district as being a family-friendly place. Has but also has shopping and dining, and all of the other things that. Once we flesh that out and dig into that and understand that from the group, then we can understand the implications of a text amendment or additional time.
Motion. See the town manager papers like I know. Yeah.
It's not necessarily a motion. I am trying to gauge what other people are feeling.
But it might be the case that you'd be sort of postponing this text amendment in light of getting back flushed out.
If that is the will of the board and the majority of the board is comfortable with that, that would be one approach.
Unfortunately, I know it's going to be painful for some folks. But if they're really committed to the district, they would commit to the program.
So that would also, and not to spill over the text, that would also delay the next project, but I mean. Jason, want to come up here? Well, right, yeah, if they wanted the text amendment to apply to the next one, then they both would be kind of delayed in tandem. But I mean, what's your response on timing?
Well, give your name.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm Jason Mochesy, again, the developer for this project with the NRP group. So the choice is if they.
Well, what Commissioner Garner is saying is, and Commissioner John Moore is alluding to, is that it may take a little more time to consider some of the ramifications of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the text amendment and then work through some things. My only point is,
To be able to pursue the rezoning.
we have to wait
till that.
Right. If they would both be decided by the board the same night, I presume we could have our hearing on the rezoning tonight and just kind of table them.
Yes, if we have chocolate cake right now, and when they would like to explore key lime pie, you have to come back and convince us that your project needs key lime pie.
We're happy to from timing to work with you. We appreciate you wanting us to do it.
I mean, I'm all for that because I've been here a long time and business has detoured and it's no fault. They have something just the same, but this is the crown jewel of Matthews, other than downtown. It's the crown jewel of our entertainment district. That has enough land to be cobbled together, working with Metro County, the sport festival in my yard. You miss this, you missed it all.
I completely agree. I think there's been so many conversations we need to have one or two 5:30s to really catch us out on the board.
Commissioner Garner, would you like to make a motion?
Am I making a motion to continue the public hearing, or am I making a motion to?
I would say yes, it's a continuation. If you want to set a timeline that's reasonable enough out, that Becky and staff would find a slot to get a 5:30. She's looking feverishly, she's already calculated.
Deference to the applicant, we should do as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I agree.
I believe we have a 5:30 available at your next meeting. The question is, can you get through the conversation in 5:30?
You know, we can't, we can try.
We can limit our commissioner comments to 1 minute.
There you go. And staff will have a lot of variety of options for us readily available.
So I will make a motion that we continue this public hearing to December 12th. Is that to December 12th, and that we make a commitment as a board to have a 5:30 session presentation on the entertainment district and what the intention of that district is and all that it entails.
I will second
We just say we're having a meeting and not necessarily specify the time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Because I hate to have it at 6 o'clock and not be a complaint.
Okay, scratch that time
We'll have a meeting.
and we will just have a meeting.
I'll confirm that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you.
All right, we move on to the next one, zoning application 2022-766, EMP NRP for change of zoning. That certain property from market EMP on that certain property designated as 11330 Bridgman Road and further identified as tax parcel 21508-143. This is continued from October 10th.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are tied at the hip.
So theoretically, we could hear this rezoning and continue it. I was going to mention this to you a second ago. So with that ENT cap limit, it doesn't prevent us from approving rezonings. It prevents the applicant from constructing a rezoning. So theoretically, if there was any way that y'all wanted to phase that, or if there was any possibility of it, you could go ahead and at least hear it.
Yeah, I would recommend continuing this item as it's directly tied to the previous. Next amendment.
I'll make a motion that we continue this to the December 12th, 2022 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Mr. Irvin. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. Move on to the next one, zoning application 2022-767, Price Covenant Church. Change of zoning from R20 to RICD under certain parcels designated as 128, 126 Covenant Church Lane. Additionally, designated as tax parcels 21301, 4, and 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, members of the board. As the mayor said, this is application 2022-767, Price Covenant Church, change in zoning. Location is address 126, 128 Price Covenant Church Lane. These two parcels here that are currently zoned R20. The site currently is an existing running track and some storage buildings. The proposal is to expand and upgrade the track facility. Slide is a better aerial version of the two tracks that we were talking about. And as you can see, they're right across from the church and right next to the school. This is a street view. You can see the track, and off in these are some of their storage buildings, and the school off to the left. Okay, so the area is approximately 1.37 acres. Currently is a running track with some storage buildings and a parking area. Previous zoning action, the parcel that's highlighted here was previously requested to be rezoned in 2012, but that request was withdrawn. And this is again, the existing conditions. As you can see, there's a track, gravel parking, curb cut down here. And this is the proposed new track and turf field. They'll be removing the storage sheds and expanding the track area. Next is staff comments and outstanding issues. The only outstanding issue here is there may be additional screening or landscaping required along some of the residentially. There's only one residentially zoned parcel. I'm gonna just quickly go back to my zoning map. Actually, this parcel is zoned R20. There is currently a fence and some landscaping in this area, but everything else is zoned either B1 or office that surrounds this parcel, or RI across the street from Church Lane. So there may be some additional landscaping that's required there. Forward. And we do have members of the applicant's team here tonight, and they would like to say a few words. And just go back and leave it on the site plan, so we have that for reference. I will be happy to answer any questions that the board may have for staff at this time.
Mr. Urban,
The RI, I'm just, this required use for uses.
Yes.
So that being the case, I'd like to see whether or not we can restrict this to use specifically of turf field for activity, et cetera. I don't know if they'll drawing this would pull them off.
Yeah, so this would be RICD. So it would be limited based on the conditional zoning procedures. We could definitely look at adding a conditional note to the that says.
I would just rather lock it in precisely and then they can come back and say, virtual.
Yes, and they have actually asked me that. They said, what are we tying our hands here? And I said, well, no, you're getting a track and a field. Then if you want to do something different, you have to come back in front of the board with the conditional zoning.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mark Helmer, I'm the head of school at Covenant Day School, and just wanted to share with you briefly our interest in the project. If we can go back on the rendering with the our current field, the gravel track has occasional washouts from rain and flooding, and so we've had numerous injuries of students who participate there. This is used during the day for recess and PE classes, and then after school, the students will run laps for athletic activities. There's no competition being done here. This is not fans or traffic or anything. It's just a multi-purpose space, but the field being in a turf situation with grass, it gets rutted. We've had kids twist ankles, and same with the track. And so our goal is to just make it a nicer measured space. So it's a 200-meter layout. This is not a standard length here that you see in the photo, but we'd like to standardize it. So when our kids run for track after school, they sort of know their repeats and their times and things like that. But in effect, I would argue that there's no difference in use from what we're currently doing. We're just making a nicer, more attractive facility, and looking forward to making that upgrade. So just wanted to share that on behalf of Covenant Day School. I'm happy to take any questions.
So I have a question about the sheds. What's stored in there? And if you're taking them away, where are you going to put what's stored in there?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have some track and field equipment that's stored in there. We're trying to determine in the current process where we want to put those. We have other storage buildings on the broader campus and trying to locate where we will do. We have not determined the final landing spot for those, but we know that could be a problem to solve still.
I'm not sure if it's, equipment or anything on letting that across the street. I prefer maybe some sort of storage for that on the site just for safety purposes. But not a student or a staff member isn't carrying a bunch of guns or something across the street every time they have practice.
Mr. Urban.
So as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to answer this. Now, I'd like to see, instead of going through this list of uses under RI, striking whatever, I'd rather see, hopefully if we do, hey, we're just going to restrict the use of your particular zoning case, the activity field, maybe related item, whatever, but I pulled up real fast. Adult care home, adult care facilities, assisted living facilities, the heliport, fire and EMS state. I mean, I'd rather just sort of just technically kind of lock into what you want to use it for down the road when you want to go into the heliport.
Sure.
The track is currently gravel, is that correct?
That's correct.
I recall running high hurdles on a gravel track in junior high. That was not fun.
It's a little dicey. So we're looking for something smoother and safer for our kids. Yes, sir.
Uh,
Yeah,
going into the uses for RI, I'm going through the same chart. I don't see track in RI, recreational facility. Am I missing something?
It's associated with the school, so it's basically accessory to the school, and we don't have a use for track and field in our table of permitted uses.
Yeah.
So right, yes, no, you can't find one. So this needs to be zoned the same as the school, which is right next to it, the RICD.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
You may have already said this, but what's the material going to be that the track's made out of?
Brian, would you like to come? Sure, we have actually our project designer here to answer the questions about this specific materials. Thank you.
My name is Brian Cohn. The surface, it'll be an underlay with a thin layer of asphalt, and then it'll be a synthetic rubberized surface on top of that.
I've heard stories of people using like recycled tires to make that as a.
I used the spec system was not for recycled tires. But the actual synthetic layer is probably less than a 1/4 inch thick. It's just a system, there's gravel, then you have the 2 different types of asphalt and then synthetic top layer, and also gives, and everything within the track basically creates the perimeter. Everything within the track flows for stormwater, and everything outside the perimeter of the track is grass.
All like attached, it's not loose, so it's not.
Oh, it's definitely attached. Yeah, it's a true, almost like a rubberized running surface. It's granular about it.
Any further questions or comments? Questions from the planning board? Anybody in the audience that's here tonight or virtually have any questions? All right, well, thank you. This looks like a great improvement. We got there. On December 12th. All right, move on to our last public hearing for zoning application 4259. Next to the downtown overlay district to create a parking fee and lieu thereof as an alternative to required parking spaces.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll try to get done here just before 10 o'clock, or at least a little after. We barely made it. So in summary, we've received this text amendment, and we've been working very closely with the applicant on the language over the past month or two. And whether everyone's aware of it or not, we've had parking reduction mechanisms in our UDO for decades. In downtown areas, as you'll see in the memo, I know it's small up there, but it's typical for most communities to have some method to reduce required off-street parking in downtown, just because they're different places, right? You've got public parking, and it's really not desirable to have huge fields of surface parking all over your community like you might have out on Independence Boulevard. Our standards currently allow a 25% reduction in off-street parking, on-site parking, whatever you want to describe it, if there's public parking within 400 feet of the property. We also allow you to execute shared parking agreements, as well as count newly created on-street parking spaces towards your minimum parking requirement. So we have all these methods in place to allow property owners to reduce their required parking from that of our typical suburban standards throughout the rest of the town. The request you've received here at bullet point 3, we've received text amendment from the developer of Ames Station. They have a short presentation they're going to give here in just a moment that kind of goes over the reasoning for this request. That project is a redevelopment of an old industrial warehouse over on Ames Street that is anticipated to have some commercial uses that will add to the vibrancy of our downtown. So here we go, fee in lieu. A fee in lieu is simply an allowance that would allow a developer to further reduce required parking, but in return, they would pay a set fee to the town. The town would then deposit those fees into a parking fund, and use that money solely for the construction or maintenance of new public parking in in the downtown overlay district. The number suggested by the developer is $6,400 per space reduced. Ultimately, that will be determined by the town. We adopt our fee schedule next year. So that number could go up, it could go down. The numbers are all over the place. Chapel Hill, currently, they're only around $3,000, but it's a really dated number. Some communities are like $20,000, so it's sort of all over the place. I know it's late. I know everyone's kind of tired here. I wanted to get to some of our code here. So, and do you all have this in front of your screens? Are you looking at it? Okay, I know it's really small here. I can't do everything remotely and zoom in here. So what we're proposing in red is what we would strike. The replacement would be to allow properties to exceed, to reduce on-site parking by up to 50%, but they have to meet the following metrics. In addition, we've clarified what has been in place for as long as I've been here, probably back to the late 90s. There is no minimum parking requirement at all in the 100 and 200 blocks of Trade Street, nor on Matthew Station Street. Weaver Bennett land, you can't impose a minimum parking requirement on a building built in 1980. So that's, I'm further clarifying that requirement here. Most of the rest of the code remains unchanged. When you get to the final page, you get to the fee in lieu provision, where it says owner must make a fee in lieu request in writing to the town of Matthews Planning Department. The request must summarize the intended use or uses, how much total parking is required, and the requested reduction, how many in lieu spaces are requested, and any transportation demand management strategies that are to be implemented. Similar to our parks and recreation fee in lieu, we would require the in lieu parking agreement to be provided prior to the issuance of building permits. And again, all of the funds would be held in the downtown Matthews parking fund that would be created by the finance department. So just doing a little bit of research, I included some case studies that were actually put together by the City of Columbus Planning Department, Columbus, Ohio, that is. This was Lake Forest, Illinois. They do a fee in lieu policy. They've had one in place for 15 years. Their fees range from $14,000 to $22,000 per parking stall, much higher than I could find anywhere in North Carolina. Another one was Jackson, Wyoming. They implemented this in '94. They currently charge about $8,500 for the first 5 spaces. I think it goes up. They've used those fees to construct parking facilities all over downtown. What was exciting to staff, and I'll turn this over to you all for questions in just a moment, was that it's definitely an implementation item from the downtown mobility study. You'll see their fee in lieu system indicated in number 5. We had a in lieu program. This was actually Duluth, Georgia. They've got now 1,000 public parking spaces in their town. They've used this as one way to create more parking. Fuquay Marina here locally, they looked at it a little bit differently. They wanted a better use of land downtown. They wanted more density, more buildings, and less surface parking in their community. And they really didn't want the development of a lot of new private parking. Funding sources, how are we funding improvements to mobility and parking downtown? You see right there on the left, fees was one of the ones that's called out. In my parting comments, I'll tell you, when you look at private parking and public parking right now, only 21% of parking in downtown Matthews is publicly maintained. So really the last thing we need is more private parking being developed on individual lots. It's a management issue. Visitors worry about being towed. If you want to park one strategy, people say, well, I had dinner at this restaurant and now I want to walk around a little bit. Can I leave my car? Are they going to tow it? If you look at our parking study that we do twice a year, the utilization of public parking far outpaces like 60 or 70% at certain times of the day, whereas private parking will be 25%. The people want more public parking. We really don't want to roll the dice with parking in these random private lots all over town. So I know that was sort of a lot to digest, but I wanted to give you the background. It wasn't just the concept we made up, and it did come out of the mobility study. Like I said, the developer is here to kind of share their presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have this time.
Jay, we just had a bond referendum in town where the majority of our voters approved, and one of the key things in the bond referendum was increasing parking. And it's kind of ironic that the very next meeting that we're having, you're asking us to cut parking in downtown when people just voted to add more parking. So how do you justify that?
So my justification would be, now, we don't have, and Paul, maybe you could give us a number roughly what, I think it's 10 or 15 parking spaces. Right. So you look at what's 75, let's just say the number were 7,500. You look at 7,500 times 10 times 15. So you could generate just from this one developer over 75, maybe close to $100,000 in revenue that the town can turn around and put into the creation of more public parking, rather than just seeing more spaces that are privately maintained and owned, not available to the public, being created on an individual lot.
A couple more questions.
Yeah.
Is $6,400 adequate to build parking? Can you build a space for $6,400?
So I spoke to Susan a little bit about this last week. We're a little concerned that number might be low based on the estimates we've had previously, or not too long ago, for the Heritage Lane parking lot, kind of over behind White Duck. So that number may need to be a little bit higher to be adequate. Now, there's a lot of different public parking we could create. It could be widening the shoulder, for more parallel, curb and gutter parking lots. Like it would be different types of parking.
My final question is, has town staff done anything to encourage some agreements with private parking lots to allow people to park there? For instance, the medical offices over there behind Jekyll and Hyde are usually like 80% empty sea of parking spaces that nobody parks there because they're frequently filled. Are we actively engaging with those folks to see if we can have an agreement?
Not with that particular owner.
Anywhere.
The few conversations I've had, there are concerns about maintenance and liability from these property owners, that they're maybe not ready to let their parking be used by others for fear of what liability concerns are. The post office probably represents one of our best opportunities as a partner, because the parking lot out front is very visible. It's already being used sometimes anyway for public parking. The spaces you're referencing, they suffer from the same issues we have behind Town Hall. They're kind of out of sight, out of mind, and people really don't. They want to park somewhere that feels safe and distant. Okay, so that's great. Susan says Dana has spoken with the post office and they are interested in working with us on shared parking.
Actually, I think my questions will be answered.
Any other questions for Jay? Commissioner Irvin?
So, I like the concept from the concern there, it's not parking thing. But if I'm talking about this, I'd like to see where Susan and staff come up with a number per space. I'd like to see that we move this ball forward in incremental. That makes sense. 5 at one, 10 or more is another number from that aspect of it. I'm assuming the way you talked about it, we put it into our own little fund, build a parking deck fund, so to speak, something like that. But I guess my only biggest concern is, especially on that text across the board, if I'm thinking of a certain location, are we going to get a phone call from Bo, also the number charge, and they're parking in my, and it's usually 10 or 15 cars extra, that kind of thing. So I'd like to see if true petitioners are working with their neighbors, getting some cross access, parking agreements done and stuff like that. But we kind of hate to sort of trim this off over here, and it's, we're pushing problems.
Just thought came to me as we discussed this, is perhaps you can use this fund to pay some of the private parking owners to lease their spaces. Anything further? Any more?
It's just my mind in terms of how long, we get this fund that we have. Is there any sort of, what, I guess one, you're just saying what the goal is there, does that go towards getting those cross agreements, or is there some other way where
I guess what's like is there a timeline or a deadline and when we'd be like, okay, we're gonna use this money for this or that for the parking? Does that make sense?
Unless we put that requirement on ourselves somehow in our code, I think we want the flexibility, but Commissioner Urban just said that our downtown parking deck fund, well, that could take 15 years to materialize. Or do you do incremental projects and use that funding to kind of augment, whether it's bond funding or other CIP items you have? We do this with the Parks and Rec team all the time. What was built recently, we've got some park improvements or repairs to do. It's kind of similar.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, applicants, presentation.
Paul, give me just one moment.
Sure, 30 seconds.
We came close.
My name is Paul Curtis. I'm with Pamica Developers and their Aim Station LLC is actually owns it. Just to kind of direct you to where the site is, the corner of Aim Street and West Mackey Street. And we are in constant contact with Mr. Halsey at Matthews Building Supply and have good relationships with him since before we bought the parcel. I just wanted to highlight the public parking that's adjacent. In our calculations, there are about 175 public parking spaces within 2-block radius of the site. And if you notice the red adjacent to the site, we are adding on-street parking spaces as part of our development. So this is the site plan. So we're actually providing, we're not asking for all the parking load to be passed off to public parking. So we're building 60 off-street spaces, 14 on-street spaces, and a total of 74. So the development will have quite a few different mixes of uses. So we're very close to having a brewery tenant signed, multiple restaurants, retail, and office. And what this does is gives us flexibility to talk to smaller tenants. We've had a lot of smaller tenants that are interested in the space, but once you start subdividing it up, we run into the wall of the parking requirements. So we'd rather create a more kind of diverse mix of tenants in the building that will kind of help add to the vibrancy of the downtown area versus having one big office or even storage user. We had someone want to do a mix of storage and office, and that's not what we want to get out of the project. And we're very excited to be in downtown Matthews, and I think having that flexibility to kind of adjust to get smaller tenants and smaller businesses in was the main driving force behind it. And we love great downtown, so we think that the parking fee in lieu is a great concept, and it was even better that it was in strategic plan. So happy to answer any questions. Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our public hearings. I'll entertain a motion to reconvene.
As per.
Sorry. Not all. Now I will entertain a motion. So. Motion to represent Commissioner Urban, all in favor? All opposed? Move on to planning and development business. First, the report from our planning board. Chairman, Mike Crawford.
Meeting, Mr. Mayor, Board Commissioner, and planning board members. I have the report from our planning board meeting on October 25th, 2022. Tonight, we have 3 items for your consideration.
Item number 1 is zoning application 2022-762, The Ridge. Change the zoning from R12 to I1 CD on that 45.03 acre parcel land located on Campus Bridge Road and being further designated as tax parcel 215-22102. Members of the planning board reviewed the current site plan, the updated elevations, and landscape buffers. Discussion was held on alternate uses for the building if it is built and eventually abandoned just due to the sheer size of the building itself. Landscape buffers along the property line were discussed. Planning board members did vote 5-1 to recommend approval of the application. The request was found to be consistent with Matthew's land use plan because it will contain industrial and office uses. The change in zoning was found reasonable because it will make use of the site next to a power substation, railway track, contaminated industrial site. Bottom line is it has a limited scope of use, and this would be a good one. The empty building issue was discussed at length, and it was determined that there could be other uses by subdividing the building to make it useful for other purposes. Item number 2, public variance, public improvement variance, Resurrection Presbyterian Church. Request to a variance from curb, gutter, and sidewalk at 2701 Rice Road, being further designated as tax parcel 193-512-13. Planning board reviews the request to allow relief from constructing curb, gutter, and sidewalk for Resurrection Presbyterian Church. Members discussed the cost for the town to construct sidewalks post-construction to fill the gaps that would exist. Board voted to recommend approval for the public improvement variance for the curb and gutter installation only, but recommend the sidewalk be constructed. Motion passed by a vote of 5-1. There were several reasons that were brought up as far as not requiring construction of curb and gutter, mainly related to where the drainage would go. If curb and gutter were constructed, the number of trees that would have to be removed to make it work, and the fact that the drainage would end up depositing itself on someone else's property. Third item, waiver request. King or Home, William Creek, request to waive the 1-year waiting period for previously denied zoning request. Planning board reviewed the update along with a request from the applicant to waive the 1-year waiting period for resubmission. Majority of the planning board did not believe that the applicant presented anything that represented a substantial change to the original application, which is a requirement for consideration of the resubmittal. Because of this, the members of the planning board voted to recommend that the waiver be denied, once again by a vote of 5-1. Any questions?
Thank you, Mike. Any questions?
Thanks.
On the 9B site plan and elevations for 117 and 515 West Charles Street.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is a site plan review from an old conditional rezoning from about 1992. And the reason is there's a conditional note that on the approved plan that deviations over 20% of the building footprint or parking area as shown require resubmission to the Matthews Town Board for approval. Last month, some changes from last month are a connection on the site plan from the building to the proposed sidewalk, public sidewalk, and screening of the HVAC system with a solid fence. They also have scroll down a little bit, Jay.
Here, let me do full, put you in charge.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
That's the old rezoning. The new site plan. So we can see the changes here is the connection to the public sidewalk to the front door And then also here is some screening of the HVAC equipment. These are architectural elevations that were included in your packet. And the four sides are. And then this shows the footprint of the building. Staff does recommend a motion to approve the amended site plan and elevations for 507, 515 Charles Street. Applicant is here and has a presentation. If the board has any questions for staff, I'd be happy to answer them.
Rob? Yeah, we're already out.
Hello again. I'm Austin Coleman with V3 Southeast. Like Rob said, we were here for the October 10th meeting, so I will move through the first part of this PowerPoint quickly. Let's see, design team. We have Nicole Carpenter Adams with Black Pest, Danny Priest, Priest Architecture, myself with V3 Southeast. It's a 0.58 acres located along Charles, and this backs up to West John. Rob went over this. The reason we're here is because of the 20% deviation in building footprint or parking area from the 1992 original rezoning, which you see here. The comments we added with you from our discussions we had last month. For the site plan, I'll go over these and let Danny take the building elevations. But for site plan, the three comments we had were make sure to coordinate between building footprint and site plan, show location of HVAC units, and make sure that it is a solid screening wall, and then along with the sidewalk connection to Charles Street. As you can see, connection to public sidewalk. HVAC units are located here, screened with a solid fence. And we actually rotated the back parking here slightly to accommodate some architectural revisions. I will let.
Good evening, Danny Priest with Priest Architecture. As Austin was saying, we were here with you guys last month and presented our design, and you offered up some feedback. So I wanted to go over the items that I've changed since we were last here. The elevation that you see at the top of the sheet here, this would be the West Charles Street elevation. So some of the items that we have changed is previously we had the roof material, all architectural fiberglass shingles. We've now changed on the dormers and the gables. We've gone to a standing seam metal roof. Another change that was made was at the top of the wall. There was originally one freeze board along the top right below the soffit. We've added an extra freeze board to give a little more depth to the top of that trim. And then the insets that you see right here in elevation were originally all brick. We've removed the brick from the top of the water table up and replaced it with a horizontal hardy siding, which will match what we're using on the gable ends. And then at the windows, I don't know if you can see it or not, you need to zoom in, but a soldier course has been added to the top of all the windows where there's brick. And then in the inset areas where we have the hardy siding, we've done some trim around the top and the side of the window to give a little more detail to it. Any questions?
Commissioner Urban?
I spoke with the owners and like these adjustments and some improvement. I think we're in the right direction, so I'm offering no other criticism tonight. I'm tired. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm just looking at old Google area map and there appears to be, yeah, and appears to be a large stand of trees on that property. Is that still there?
It looks to be I think 2 or 3 trees that are on the.
Okay, this is yeah, different than what I'm looking at. Okay, thank you. I just was concerned about taking down, look like almost a quarter acre of trees, but I see they're not there anymore. All right, thanks.
Yeah, this is the most current GIS imagery.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I was gonna make a motion, so, I just got something else. I'll make a motion to, approve the amended site plan and elevations for 507/515 Charles Street.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Whitman. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item C, zoning application 2022762, The Ridge, to change the zoning from R12 to I1CD on that 25.03 acre parcel of land located on Campus Ridge Road, being further designated as tax parcel 215-221-02.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For this, staff's recommended deferral, and the applicant has actually requested also deferral of decision. The TIA has not yet been finalized, and so final sealed TIA shall be completed and accepted by the town staff prior to final action by the town board. So we're not quite there yet, but applicant is here this evening and has a very brief presentation. They have some additional commitments that they wanted to put in front of the board to talk to you all about. But I'll be happy to answer any staff questions at this time.
Staff questions for Rob.
Good evening, Mayor Higdon and Commissioners. Brittany Lenz, law firm of Alexander Ricks. I'm going to be incredibly brief. It's been a long night. I'm going to forgo my entire presentation. Really, what we want to do right now, we have additional commitments. I'll send them to you in an email. I look forward to working with you all over the next month with this deferral. But we do have a representative of Ferguson, the end tenant here. She flew in for this, and I think she has a few points to make about the trip traffic for the trucks being much lower than expected, as well as Ferguson's commitment on the longevity of the site. So I'll turn it over to here to Catherine and the rest of us. I hope to work with you all over the next month. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name is Catherine Villa. I flew in from Newport News, Virginia, so I just want to say thank you so much for giving me some time to say something really quick. I'm going to keep it short and sweet, and everybody's tired tonight. So 2 points I want to emphasize is our trucking. Our trucking is a combination of 18-wheelers, flatbeds, box trucks, and pickup trucks. So our counts, as we're estimating today, are 15 to 20 are 18-wheelers. That's our freight that we have on site. So we have about 15 to 20 outbound deliveries via tractor trailer per day. As far as inbound goes, we receive on average 10 from vendors via 18-wheelers, an additional about 2 to 3 from our other distribution centers. So we're looking at about 12 to 15 inbound 18-wheelers deliveries. At our customer pickup area and our counter area, we have about 60 to 75 trucks per day. So to summarize our trucking, we have 75 trucks for pickup daily, 15 to 20 tractor trailer outbound deliveries, 12 to 15 tractor trailer inbound deliveries. We have 10 to 15 smaller trucks. That's like our 22-foot flatbeds, trucks like that, for smaller outbound deliveries. So that's about a total of 125 trucks daily. 35 of those daily are 18-wheelers. So the point I want to emphasize there is we are not Amazon. And to be honest, Amazon, their truck traffic, whenever we see a site and they're our neighbor, this is just a tough for us. So
Just wanted to emphasize that. Another point I wanted to make is regarding our long-term commitment. So we are committed long-term to this project. And some examples of our current facilities to show this is we have 15 to 20 what we call RDC facilities. Those are known as regional distribution facilities. They differ from our master distribution facilities where they don't do same day delivery to customers. They do next day, and it's deliveries to our existing branches. So our NDC, our current RDCs, we have 10 across the country. They have been in operation for 15 to 20 years. I believe our first one is in Front Royal, Virginia, and that opened, I believe, 2000, might have been 99. And we have yet to close any of those. They're all still operational today, and we own a majority of those facilities. So usually when we have an asset like this, and you know, it's a large investment, we prefer to own. So we are in current discussions to buy this property, and hopefully that further shows our commitment because we would like to be an owner of this facility here in Matthews. And we're very excited for this project. So thank you so much for allowing me time to speak.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Catherine Havrilla.
The last meeting we had about this was discussing number of square feet of retail space. I am a shopper at Ferguson and downtown Charlotte. Yes, and I was hoping we'd see something similar to that out here in Matthews. It's their commitment you can make the retail space.
So as far as retail space with this market distribution center, we're going to have about a 7,000 square foot counter that is considered our retail area. It's not considered our showroom, residential builder type store. Usually those facilities do not work well with a master distribution center. So if we were to do a showroom type facility, that would be standalone and not part of this project.
To be clear, there still is a retail component.
That's correct.
Somebody could go pick up also.
Yes, so within that 7,000 square foot that we have marked out what we call our counter, customers can go in there, you can order offline, and what we have is we call it our pro pickup. And you can order stuff offline, and it has lockers and cages, and our customers for typical ticket items, they can go and do a 10-minute pickup and leave with what they ordered, or they can go inside the retail counter area and purchase things there.
Okay, thank you. I should have done this at the beginning of this, but I've already discussed this with the town attorney, but I will mention that my current employer is Merritt Brass, and Merritt Brass has their products, all their products distributed by Ferguson.
No.
So just for complete transparency. Okay, I entertain a motion to continue this item to our December 12th meeting. Second. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Poole, second by Commissioner Garner. All in favor? Any opposed? Irvin, you're opposed? That passes 6-1. Commissioner Irvin. Thank you. Travel safely back home. All right, we'll move on to item D, public improvement variance restoration of Presbyterian Church, 2701 Rice Road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resurrection Church located at 2701 Rice Road is proposing a new family life center and education building. This will exceed 40% of the gross floor area of the existing structures. So what that means is they have to bring up their existing frontage to current standard, which means installing curb gutter and sidewalk. They are seeking a public improvement variance for relief from this UDO requirement, excuse me, and Public Works Department has evaluated this request and recommends that a variance be granted for curb and gutter, but that the sidewalk be installed as required with allowances for a variation in the size of the planting strip to minimize impact to existing landscaping and signage. At the regular meeting, the planning board, as Mr. Foster mentioned, voted to recommend granting the public improvement variance for curb and gutter, but require the installation of the sign. And the applicant is here this evening and have a brief presentation, and would like to, but I'm happy to answer any staff questions that you may have at this time. Any questions for Mr. Wood?
Mr. DePaul.
So why are we requiring a sidewalk? It's a sidewalk to nowhere, right? It's just gonna be in front of their property. That's it?
Well, eventually it'll be a sidewalk that will connect to other parcels, that once are developed, they will be, it will be a sidewalk somewhere.
Somewhere, sometime?
Somewhere, sometime. Yes, sir.
Is there? I'll let the presenter continue on and ask additional questions. Thank you.
Yeah, do they have their own presentation?
It's part of the,
Is this separate?
yeah, you sent it in today. It's,
Here it is.
There it is.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Donald Smith. I'm a civil engineer with Robinson and Sawyer, Gastonia. Address is 707 East Second Avenue, Gastonia. A couple things, and I'll be quick. There's a couple things I want to point out here. Church property is right here, trying. They have 700 feet of frontage on Rice Road. There's a sidewalk on Rice Road on the south side from Sam Newell Road all the way to this road up here. It says Alva Road. That's on the south side. The only sidewalk that occurs, according to Laura's latest imagery that we have, is a little segment right here. And the sidewalk that the church is required to put in would be right here on the inside of this curve. Now, the first thing I wanted to point out was the frontage. There's a lot of several subdivisions that enter off of Rice Road and on the south side where the existing sidewalk is. It would probably be years before the sidewalk on the north side was filled in. Just because there are none there now except for that one segment. There's a Duke Power right of way to the west of our property. This picture shows a grove of trees here on the west end of our property, the church property. We are showing, if we put the sidewalk, it would be located on the just behind that group of trees there, but it would be in Duke Power's right of way, so it would be subject to their approval. And also the sidewalk, because of the drainage patterns along the ditch along Rice Road, from about this point toward the west edge of the property would require substantially would require an easement. The church would have to dedicate. The second point I wanted to make was the sidewalk is required to take up space, obviously, that the church could use for other improvements. If required to construct a sidewalk, there's a high likelihood we wouldn't be able to get the sidewalk exactly where it needs to be to accommodate the future long-range transportation plan is for Rice Road to be widened. Okay, when that occurs, curb and gutter would be installed and sidewalk would be installed, and at that point, the sidewalk would more than likely have to be ripped out and get it in the right position horizontally vertically to match the curb and gutter, if that makes sense. It's very difficult to get it on the right grade at this point in time. I have with me Ray Hudson with WKWW Architects and Ron McGowan with Resurrection Presbyterian Church.
Again, I'm Gray Hudson, WKW Architects. I'm the architect on the project. I think that Don has outlined kind of most of the concerns. Obviously, to your first question before we began, is a sidewalk to nowhere? Essentially, it is, with the sidewalk on the south side continuous all the way. The comments in the planning meeting related to anywhere from bike safety to I run in that area, and so always in favor of sidewalks on both sides of the road anywhere possible. I think everybody's in favor of sidewalks. I think from the practicality of things and the length of frontage in this case is the concern here. The one development on the west end of Rice Road that Don pointed out on the north side, developer like that in a residential neighborhood has a mechanism to make up that funding. They dedicate toward that. Even the paperwork and filing for this variance includes in the section that we apply for, in parentheses, is listed subdivision. So it seemed as though that development code was intended for residential type developments and developers putting in those neighborhoods and have a mechanism to recoup that cost. The church, as sacrificial giving kind of a group, do not have that mechanism to fund that sidewalk. It is essentially a sidewalk to nowhere if it were to be put in. The easement on the left side where you can see the large diagonal across the. That's a 100-foot wide easement. There's no mechanism that I'm aware of to put in that section of sidewalk. So that would be a dead end for a good long time. The other properties near us, most of the developments that have been put in have been on undeveloped land. There are a lot of single family on both on the north side, on the west and east ends of Rice Road that contain some not very old homes, good size acreage. And it seems there's not really a mechanism for those or a likelihood of those being bought up and developed for housing and subsequent new walkways put in to fill those gaps. So we think that this will be a dead end for a really long time until such time as those other developments were to be put in. In the meantime, there would be a temptation from a safety standpoint to use this short stretch of walk and then need to cross to the other walk when it becomes a dead end and a blind curve. So those are some of those items. I'll refer the rest of my time to John McGowan with the church. He has a few more comments. Any questions for me?
Do you have an idea how much the sidewalk would cost?
It's estimated $55,000.
Good evening, and thank you for your time and attention to our variance request this evening. Again, my name is John McGowan. I was appointed by the church to speak before you at this meeting. I'm an ordained minister and serve as part of the leadership of Resurrection Presbyterian Church, but I am not one of the pastors of the church. I serve as one of the 5 members of the church's property development committee. want to provide a more personal perspective of who we are and why we're requesting a variance. Our church started in 1975, worship services beginning at American Bank and Trust, downtown Matthews. It was 1981 that a single modest building was constructed at our current location on Rice Road. 18 years later, in 1999, our present sanctuary building was constructed. It's now been 23 years since then, and we are seeking, as you know, to replace our original building, now used as a fellowship hall, also to erect a new education building. Rising construction costs, rising interest rates have made our plans more and more expensive. We launched our current project earlier this year, and our goal is in sight. We're grateful to the Lord for that. It is true that because we're a small not-for-profit group, as Gray mentioned just a moment ago, we don't have revenue-generating activities from our facilities. It's true also that asking a group of citizens at our church to transfer cost of a public good, in the case of a sidewalk, to the small number of individuals in our church, we do think that presents a burden. We also would say that it's true that these members pay proper taxes for their own homes, and adding sidewalks would cost about $750 per household in our church. But none of those are reasons why we're seeking a variance. We recognize that those are not likely to be convincing reasons. Seeking to be exempted from the UDO does not originate primarily from a desire merely to avoid the cost. Rather, what I want you to hear tonight is that we do want to be a blessing to our Rice Road community, and we already are in many ways. Our concerns go way beyond that. The intent and purpose of the public improvement regulations will not be met by requiring our church to install sidewalks. In fact, just the opposite will be the case. As was mentioned earlier, our property is situated along a fairly sharp curve. We believe that installing sidewalks at our location would be truly dangerous to the pedestrians who might seek to use that stretch of sidewalk. If there were good reason to expect sidewalks to be installed soon, connecting to our location, then this consideration would be moot. However, until sidewalks are actually installed, requiring them at our location is uniquely problematic for these safety reasons. Our location should be last to have sidewalks on our side of Rice Road. Anything else creates unintended practical difficulties. As it is, and you saw this earlier, on our side of the road, heading toward Idlewild Road, there's some 2,000 feet of single-family homes with no sidewalks. You've already been told about the area that's west of our location with the power line easement, and at least 3 properties likely to remain or be built as single-family homes. We're not at or near a corner where sidewalks would be especially helpful. We're halfway between Idlewild and San Newell roads, with no likelihood of connecting our sidewalks with others anytime soon. Bicycles and pedestrians simply cannot safely enter or exit our sidewalks, especially on that western end, without great danger. The entire the entire south side of Rice Road currently has usable and shaded. My wife wanted me to be sure to tell you that the sidewalks across from us are shaded, and people love to walk and use those sidewalks, and they would not love to use an unshaded sidewalk on our side that connects to nothing else. If we were a residential housing development where multiple families could walk back and forth along a stretch of sidewalk that was built, I think the intentions of the regulations would be met. In our case, none of those who use or visit our church would have any desire to use our sidewalk, nor would any of our neighbors, we believe. Rather, the installation of sidewalk in our unique circumstances would create a new hazard where currently there is none. So please vote to grant our variance application in full and send us back to our congregation able to report that our elected commissioners heard our concerns and acted reasonably. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay, I have a couple questions for you. First one is, I understand that you've been working on a BOC type mechanism for sidewalks. Is that something you can discuss?
Yes, so common theme tonight, that is a pending text amendment. Staff hasn't even filed it yet, but for situations where There are narrow property frontages or larger scale projects like our Samuel Road project we're working on right now, where developers would otherwise be required to build sidewalk. A fee in lieu would allow the property owner to pay the equivalent amount, the estimated construction amount, into a newly created sidewalk fund the town would then use to construct sidewalks throughout the community and alleviate some of our sidewalk gaps, which you've seen the maps we have.
The other question I have is, do we have any mechanism to require the church to build this sidewalk at some future date if they don't build it? If suddenly we found sidewalks on both sides of their property, could we go back and say, now you have to build the sidewalk?
You all did a public improvement variance for the church, Rob, was it walking buffet at Samuel Rice Road? I think that was a delay of some of the improvements. I think it gave them several years to do the sidewalk in the future. That was one method the board utilized, but I would have to defer to Charlie as far as like an independent agreement just to pay the fee. We just don't have anything in our development ordinance that allow an informal fee.
I tend to agree with the arguments that were presented tonight, but I would like to think that at some point we could require the sidewalk to be built. Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, question for Ron. Now, just to make sure my understanding is the planning board's recommendation of this variance not to be approved, is that correct?
The planning board voted 5-1 to partially approve the variance. So they're asking for a variance in curb and gutter and also sidewalk. Planning board and staff recommended that a variance for curb and gutter was fine, but that the sidewalk should be installed.
Okay, so here's my question: is what is the compelling reason for asking these people to put a small segment of sidewalk on their property when the other side of the road has a continuous sidewalk? I don't understand it. Can you help me understand the compelling reason for asking these people to use a sidewalk?
Yes, in our code, when you improve a property to a certain extent, in this case, over 40% of the square footage is added, you must bring the street frontage up to standard. So it's a part of our code.
It may be part of the code, but that's a request for variance, I think, makes sense here, because there is situations where it's just nonsensical. And this is, to me anyway, it's a nonsensical requirement.
Well, and that is the purpose of the public improvement variance that is in the code, that it is a relief valve for applicants to come in front of the board to request relief from certain items, certain requirements of the UDO.
Thank you.
Paul, your development next to Mr. Honeycutt, where are you required to put sidewalks out there? That's mentioned on the pipe. So that is closer to this development. Okay. So I was the one that made the motion on the walking
back page.
Yes, and I gave them 4 or 5 years to enact that. And they said, we're not doing it right now. And I checked with Charlie and put a time frame on it. I said, you got 5 years from today. It's sensible to me because I've been up here many times about the sidewalks. Commissioners saying, oh, I need a sidewalk on one side. No. Now we were violent and some of the gaps. Given time, this will be a comprehensive plan. And frankly, I asked the church down the corner to do the same thing. So, well, we're not connecting anything. Well, Paul came along and did Canfield. And he's a few hundred feet further down from there, and he's got a piece. So everybody's doing their share. So I'm willing to look at the arrangement of understanding the timing of your project and saying X amount of time at this point in time, you need to put that sidewalk in, because ultimately, if we continue to leave these gaps, we're going to be exactly back where we were before. And we need taking an advanced step and doing what we were supposed to be doing 20 years ago. But I'm willing to work with you and say 4 years, 5 years, something like that, retrospectively or retrospectively.
Mr. Woodley.
I'm sort of agreeing with, Commissioner Farm. And for this reason, I know I'm very familiar with the church is. I know what our ordinance say, and I know what we did with Walking by Faith several years ago, and gave them 5 years, I think it was. And in the past, I know what the stress of a congregation, the dollars are pretty tight, especially coming out of COVID. And if you're gonna drop, you're gonna do a partial variance, why not do the whole variance and then give them 5 years like we did Walking by Faith? See what things come about and turn around. I just like to treat everybody fair, but I know what strain is on the church coming out of COVID. I know it's not a real big church where they have a lot of income coming in. I know every dollar is tight. I'm speaking from experience. Make sure that you can meet the needs. And the church is a blessing to the community. They are doing some things for that area, but if you don't have sidewalks on either side, you got Duke Power on one side that's not gonna have anything to, or maybe not even something there. Just to put an extra burden to give them relief on curb and gutter, but make them put sidewalk, it's still a burden. So I'm in favor of approving the variance for all of it, with the contention as we did with Walking by Faith. Give them 5 years, because I know Walking by Faith is a small congregation. So that's the problem.
Rob, do we have any precedent for sidewalks being built under Duke Power easement? Is that a true statement that they truly can't cross that easement ever? Or?
Yeah, it's on the other side of
It's
the
on the
street.
other side of the street from this, on Rice Road underneath there, in the Duke Power easement.
Commissioner McCool? I tend to agree with Commissioner Urban. I think that giving them 5 years, but I don't think it's fair to the other stewards, church or not, yes, developers for other things to do this. So I would say, if it needs 5 years to get the funding to do that, that's what
Yes, sir.
May I add additional comment? Just from the church's perspective, I guess their request, if there were a deference of something like 5 years, they would like to see some clause that relates to seeing walkway come to their property in that time period. So they're not still a walkway to nowhere.
we're not doing that for anybody else, so I don't think we're going to do that. Yes, again, it's part of being a good steward of the town, so thank you very much.
Mr. Hoover.
I would actually like to extend you the longer. I agree with Mr. Whitley. You can't compare a church to a developer. You've got donations that come in, and people who are donating to a church. When a developer building, selling the property with money. So I agree with Commissioner Whitley. I'd like to give them 7 to 8 years.
I had some of the same thoughts, but I'm wondering, is that being fair to the other church that was required to do it in 5 years?
Is it fair to the taxpayers who eventually?
Just saying for it.
Well, then we just put them on sidewalk else.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, exactly. But if we don't have this bill, then we have to approve another bond referendum at a future
I
date.
mean, if he's done it for 5 years before, that's good. I'm just saying, if we could go a little longer for him, that's nice as well.
Mr. Urban, I'm just gonna lay a motion out there.
That's, before you make that motion, John, can I ask you, can I ask this? Go ahead. When we did, Walking by Faith for 5 years, they still have to come back to us. Yes. They're not. Yes. All right, so hypothetical. They come back in 3 years and say, you still don't have funding to put the gap in there. Can we have an additional 2 or 3?
And that can be decided with that board at that time.
That's,
I don't have a problem with that. I think we just need to stick with the policy.
I just wanted to throw that out, and I heard what Jim was asking about 8 years. Because the circumstance, and I agree with her, church is dependent on the congregation. And since COVID, we were talking about people coming back to the church and visiting church, and I know that all in church, you realize church is not what it was for you. The people that are in church are not there anymore. However, the online giving and visitation, all of that has changed. And if the small church was not already had online giving or a screen, live screen for people, then that's an additional cost to them to do that to catch them up so that those people who are not coming back. That makes sense. But I really know. I just want to put it out.
I'm going to craft the there.
I got it.
Motion you.
I got it.
Because I think I want to be fair to the church at the corner. We work with them. It's the same argument. I get it. But at the same time, you're going to spend, move your bond money around and start committing gaps with the church and say, I can't do it. That's right. Honestly, so I would make a motion through the public variance for installation. But now it's on the basic. I want to make sure it's clear. So we're going to approve the public improvement variance for the installation of curb and gutter. That's off the table. That's not have to deal with that. But it will need a sidewalk in time from 5 years, starting November 14th, 2022. So they have until November 14th, 2027. Right? We're on that, right? And they're allowed the variation with the planning strip over the tree signage.
Second, is that acceptable to the?
Yes.
I would just simply ask the Board of Commissioners to consider the uniqueness of what was presented tonight concerning the safety. The issue for us is primarily that we presented to you tonight is primarily one of safety, such that if in 5 years or 2 years or 20 years, there's no connection to our unique location. It's not simply that we're a church, it's the unique location of our property on that blind curve that we believe is unsafe to have pedestrian traffic, bicycle traffic, or anything using a sidewalk that we're required by you to build. We think that that's unwise. And so we ask you to consider that aspect as being unique to our location, not merely the fact that we're a church.
Well, I would like to say that I would like the record to reflect that as far as I'm concerned, and I don't know, I'll be sitting on the dais for 5 years from now, probably not, but I think that would be a legitimate argument if 5 years from now you still have nothing connecting to the sidewalk that would qualify, in my estimation, for a small statute.
Yes, I wanted to echo that. It's my understanding from this conversation that when 5 years comes up, we're going to come back with additional argument extending that. We're just adding that 5 years at this point in time to provide that precedent that was given to others. So I don't think in your situation that this is a good deal. It's a good deal. So because maybe none of us will be on this board 5 years from now, and you'll have to do that presentation yet again. And
comes to fencing. Okay. And I believe that's a reasonable argument that there's still nothing connecting. So we have a motion from Commissioner Urban. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All right, next item is the request to waive the one-year moratorium for rezoning action, Kinger Homes, Wayne Street subdivision. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The site in question was denied a rezoning from R15 to RVS and SRN on June 13th, 2020. The UDO requires a waiting period of 1 year before rezoning may be submitted, but allows for applicants to resubmit prior to 1 year if, with a report from the planning board, this board allows it. The Board of Commissioners is to consider that there have been substantial changes in the circumstances or conditions not discovered or not possible during the previous zoning action. Planning Board heard the request at their last meeting and voted 5-1 to recommend to the BOC Board of Commissioners to deny the request. I have included the specific language in the UDO here. I won't read through it, but because this staff recommendation was to deny the waiver because substantial changes in circumstances or conditions not discovered or not possible during the previous zoning action warrant reconsideration of this rezoning. The applicant is here and has some presentation, but I will be happy to answer any staff questions that you have at this time.
Questions for Rob? I think we're good, Rob.
Thank you.
Second.
There's one that start wearing glasses. Well, thanks for having us. Thanks for being patient this evening. We didn't do ourselves much service in the planning meeting, kind of having a misinterpretation of what we were trying to present. What we were trying to present is that we made a substantial change in the plan, and that was the substantial piece. We were clarified by planning, zoning, Rob and Jay that something substantial had to have occurred for it to be reconsidered as a new plan, or at least thought of as a new plan. And I think what came out of that conversation we had with everyone the other week was that we actually lost the central parcel of the top of the development. If we go probably a couple slides in, you already, oh, sorry. So in this appeal for a rezoning reinstatement, the substantial changes, the effects of loss of acreage with this denial of the central part of it facing Williams Road. They came out of the assemblage and decided they didn't want to sell. They didn't want to be part of the assemblage again. So we lost about 15% of the original parcel with that change in the development, as well as the alignment that happens because we, based on working with town engineering, we had a secondary road that was going to attach across that's no longer possible with the loss of that acreage. So we lost that second entry point, had to relocate the tree save. The changes in the property no longer allows 2 outlets to Williams. We lost the ability to create more dense, diverse products off of Williams, which kind of takes us from that RVS SRN back into what is an R9 proposal. Overall, we lost 14 homes across the front and approximately 1/3 of the overall project. These changes, overall changes, and eliminate the ability for the I think we've had a better result here. Hopefully, working through this had we interpreted as it was intended and clarified to us at that meeting. Going through this, you can see the original plan and then the plan now, taking out that center piece, really kind of just it dictated where the park was, it dictated where the roads were, it dictated that product diversity that we're shooting for, and over here you see it just kind of compared to what we've got. We're zoning from RVS to R9. The acreage is 22.5 to 20. We lost about 2.5 acres there, but the realignment makes us lose that top left-hand area where we picked up some tree stable. We can no longer get a road out there for servicing because it doesn't align with the neighborhood across the street anymore. With the loss of acreage, though, we still try to make some improvements. Tree save, we went from 24% to 30% despite losing acreage. Number of homes from 65 to 42. School impact went down. The dwellings per acre and what we're putting per acre has gone down quite a bit from the change in this. But I guess what we're appealing is in this change, it was pretty substantial to us to lose that entry point, the park, the diversity, the smaller units. This one was denied, and I think it just wasn't ready for that diversity in product. So we peeled back and went into R9 CD, which is an extension of that Tanfield Road development. So overall, we didn't present this to planning and zoning as we should have. So I mean, we don't fault them for that decision, but we do think that this is fairly substantial and really substantial to the overall development. And it actually takes away some of the concerns that were had by the neighborhood. There was some people had some concerns about traffic and the TIA study and the connectivity. We've got additional tree screening, additional protection from the other neighborhoods and the neighbors. We've still got a variety of square footage and pricing, and what we're going to be down in overall DUA, which I know is a concern for people going from R15, where it's 15,000 square feet, which is essentially 3 per acre. We're just at 2.09 per acre, so we toned that down quite a bit. But to us, that's a pretty big loss in the overall comparison of the community. So in our appeal of design concepts, pretty traditional. I don't know how far we need to go into that first versus showing what we consider substantial change to the project.
Commissioner Garner?
Is it appropriate to ask the planning board a question?
Sure.
Did the planning board feel their presentation was substantially different from what you're hearing tonight? For those who are present.
The issue of the loss of land was not raised to us at all. That's a new issue that was not talked about. Our concern was this: the 1 year moratorium we understand exists to basically the 1 year moratorium we understand it exists to basically force the developer to bring their best game forward. Your best and biggest project to us. And in this case, they were talking more about design standards and other issues. The loss of a property is foreseeable. If you have a contingent contract on something, you don't own that land, that's there. The concern we have, and once again, Kinger Homes, I don't doubt the good faith and I understand the situation. We're more concerned from a policy standpoint that if you allow the exemption here, you allow virtually anybody who gets their project denied to come right back. And you just create a backlog and a disincentive to bring what you should bring to planning in the first place. And once again, this does not reflect on Kinger. It's a general policy concern that we had. Jim, you want to?
No, I'd echo that. I just said the bar was pretty high to come back and try to get the waiver immediately after you get denied, because I agree with Howie. You expect them to negotiate, get the best project, do everything they can do. If you get denied, you go back to the drawing board and you come back a year later with maybe a completely different world. But the point that he made, that was not discussed at the meeting until the very end. And it was completely different presentation. So we didn't really consider his argument or case right, that particular case. We were more looking at, he was more concerned about the process and was it quite the way it could have been, and thought maybe we should reconsider it. And you understand, it was just kind of a miscommunication, but this is a little bit of a different aspect of it. So I can say that when the board voted, we really weren't voting on this particular case now. We were more looking at it from you just can't come back with a new zoning project because you got denied.
Sure. And I think that's what we said. We just misinterpreted, what the substantial change was, us changing it substantially, and then clarification or whatever was, what's changed substantially. And that loss of land is a substantial change. I mean, it really changed the profile of the entire development in order to get, in order to do something with it.
Mr. Garner, does that answer your point?
It does, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
two things. First, I agree with what you said, because it got denied, that's why the land was lost. And second, to be completely honest with you, Paul, what you're bringing forth here, if I were you, I wouldn't want to bring this up because this is a significantly worse plan than what you've already got denied on. So I think maybe go back to the drawing board. I do not support bringing this back and ending the 1-year moratorium because what you've shown us here is far and away worse than that.
So, yes, thank you. I guess as we work towards that, this, and I don't want to keep everybody, but what would that mean? Because this was too dense, didn't work. Some people like the park, some people didn't like it. It created traffic concerns, and now this is probably not as diverse, not as dynamic, and it's hard to do both. So, we've been with this.
Enjoy the main amenity.
Yeah.
So now you're just building homes and that's it. And then the main amenity, which is the part that I personally liked, I had some other concerns. I like that. Now it's gone. I just have houses. What's really special about that? That's my perspective.
Yeah, and that's why we limited the type of rezoning request to R9, kind of extension of what was there to kind of meet was in the area, but we appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or motions?
I'll make a motion that we deny the waiver because of substantial changes in circumstances or conditions do not or conditions not discovered during the previous zoning action. So we should.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Hoover. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? All against? That passes. Motion is denied 6-1. Carter.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
All right, final one for this evening, site plan notes and elevation from Avita Properties.
Transfer me, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so last month.
Sorry.
Last month we had site plan approval and negotiations for affordable housing to go in affordable units to be built as a part of this development. Conditional notes have been added to the zoning, or excuse me, to the site plan. So we have those on paper. However, what was previously was not previously agreed upon affordability factor had been discussed, but no time period had been specified, and that is an important aspect of the puzzle piece. The applicant is proposing a conditional note that prescribes 10% of the units constructed on the site to maintain monthly rents that are income restricted, household 80% AMI for not less than 10 years. The new part of that is the 10-year factor than what was previously agreed upon. And additionally, the applicant has included 4-sided elevations with the submission for approval. Previously, the elevations that were presented were not comprehensive to each proposed building. The elevations are included in the packet. Be happy to answer any questions at this time. And the applicant is here and does have a brief presentation.
Questions for Rob? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant.
Mayor, members of the board, Chair of the planning board, thanks for your patience. Jay, do you have that presentation?
Sure.
I'm going to be really quick, I promise. So when the site plan was approved, there were some conditions that were agreed to, and we added those to the notes, and it's hard to read, but real quickly, the number of units was reduced from 350 to 332, and that's reflected there.
There was a note about improvements to the alley. You may recall the alley that serves the site and some adjacent property. And in a nutshell, that says that they'll work with the town on, or actually the professional staff of the town on the design and implementation of those improvements. And then there's a note about landscaping that we had discussed about the alley that was added to the plan. And then the affordable housing commitment that was agreed to and discussed at the last meeting. So I want to just talk to you about the affordable note. I'm going to talk to you about the architecture because architecture was not approved and that's a requirement. But Alex Barroso, who was at the last meeting, agreed to the 10% of the units to be affordable. That's typically more than what I've seen is usually 5%, but there was not a time period that we discussed. And so I don't remember talking to Jay about that, and we're like, that wasn't discussed. And so what has been proposed is 10 years at 10%, and that's what's been proffered, and we want to get your feedback on that, and then also share the elevations with you.
John, I think 10 years is inadequate. No longer.
I thought you might say that. So what we usually, I mean, frankly, what I usually say in other jurisdictions I work at is 5% at 15 years. But given the double, the 10%, we're hopeful that you would be amenable to the 10 years, but that was kind of the thought process.
The older I get, the faster time goes by. In 10 years, it'll be here before you know it. We'll be 10 years older if we're still around.
15 years, I think that would be most preferable to us.
Well, would you be amenable to 5% for 15 years? Okay, that's a yes, Mr. Nicole.
Mr. Hoover.
I just have a quick question. Why do you have to put a year limit to it? For the affordable, why not?
Well, I think it may be part of the financing aspect as well. But that perpetuity would be hard for a project. 10% is a lot of units.
Well, I'm not saying to 5%, and just that 5%. I'm just trying to understand.
No, I understand, but that's a pretty big commitment, and I've never seen a perpetual affordable commitment. I would like.
Maybe groundbreaking, John.
Well, I mean, I do want to point out, and this is with all due respect, this was a site plan approval. I mean, it wasn't a rezoning. It's already been entitled by the board. And I understand the impetus, okay? All your intentions, I respect, trust me, because I understand but I do want to give this applicant some credit for that because it has been entitled, and you usually see this kind of commitment in a zoning, you don't have the entitlements. So, I mean, I understand the request, but I don't think they could, I just don't think they can agree to do that in perpetuity, to be honest with you.
And I personally, as myself and my neighbor over here, Mr. Whitley, we are very grateful for you being able to that. We're happy with it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joyce Carl. I'm with Fells Bolton Associates, and we're the architects on this project. Real briefly, just a general comment. Just wanted to tell you that the intent for the project, we're wanting to create a unique place for the town of Matthews. And focused on the street level experience. We have live work units, we have direct entry units, we have a retail portion and an office. The entire neighborhood would be walkable, and wanting to activate the street. This is the first building 100. It's just the largest building if you're looking at the site. Key there, it's that sort of C-shaped building. And this one has the amenity, lease office, fitness center within it on the ground floor. I'll just briefly go through each building, and these are the elevations around that particular building. The pool would be in the center of that building. This is the retail kind of two-part building, and in the center there would be a plaza with dining and sort of street activation, entertainment. The backside of the retail. This is building 300. Another residential building that faces Sam Newell with a 4-story side. And on that 4-story side, you see where the units would be direct entry, kind of a storefront, or not storefront, but a walk-up stoop. We're wanting to use brick and more higher end materials on this project. We have 3 different colors of bricks that we've shown here, sort of a lighter brick, a red brick, and there's some darker brick on some of the retail and commercial space. This is another one of the residential buildings. This top view shows the direct entry of the live-work units. Those would be rented by a particular tenant that would need that ground floor for their office, say an accountant or an artist that wanted to have some commercial space on the ground floor. Another one of the residential buildings, again, using all the same materials on all the buildings, but kind of differentiating their use throughout. This is the smallest residential building, 32 unit, near the front of the project. And at the front corner, this is an office building, 2-story office space. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, the parking, will it be any parking exposed to Sam Newell or parking side area?
Along Sam Newell, there's no, I don't know. Back to the site plan.
Okay,
It's
so
all behind.
all the parking exposed to Sam, except for that one corner.
The front of the office.
I'd like to make a motion to approve kind of site plan notes and elevations with the amendment that it's 10% at 80 AMI, 50 units.
You say 50 or
50.
50? And a second. The motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Mr. Bronner. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Urban in opposition.
Thank you all.
And we really do appreciate the affordability. Thank you. Go to item 10, consent agenda. I have a motion to adopt.
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda items A through H3.
By Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Whitley, all in favor? Thank you. New business, lemonade, next step following the.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. I know everyone is tired and it is late, but of course, last Tuesday, our voters took the poll and they did authorize the town to issue up to $21 million in general obligation bonds for transportation projects, as well as up to $14 million for parks and recreation related projects. There are a few formal steps yet to come, but what we wanted to spend some time getting some feedback from the board tonight was related to some of the work that we might be able to start advancing in preparation of bond issuance So just a few points of clarification, again, for our viewing public. This vote by the public does only authorize the town to pursue these bonds if this board or future board ever wishes to do so. It in no way obligates the town to issue the debt. If this board or a future board is interested in doing that, the voter permission is good for at least 7 years with a possibility of an additional 3-year extension. There will be no debt issued and also no related tax rate implications until bonds are actually issued and then repaid. But in order to be ready to consider a bond issuance at a later date, there are a number of projects that require design work. And so what the local government commission is going to be looking for before they would agree to sell the bonds on behalf of the town would be the town being able to demonstrate a reasonable expectation that we would be able to spend any bond funds that we receive within approximately a 3-year period. So the best way to do that is to advance the design work so that you're able to take the project out to bid. That not only shows that you are ready to construct, but it also allows you to have a more detailed number related to construction costs. So you're only taking on the amount of debt that you would actually need to be able to complete the project. So it kind of meets a lot of needs along the way. So in order to figure out kind of where we go from here, what staff has talked about is looking to do a prioritization exercise with the board to get some feedback on how you might want to go about tackling these projects. What order would you like to see them advanced? There are considerations, including design work is going to be different lengths depending on the type of project. The design work is going to vary in expense, and so we would have those details for the board for you to then start to say, you know, you'd like to see this project focused on first, and maybe this other one would come in the future phase. So just looking for feedback on the desire to start that process now, if the board is ready to do that, or if you have another idea, we are happy to hear it tonight. Or if there's a desire to just pause for the time being, we're certainly open to that as well. But we know that there's some interest in starting to move on some of these projects. So if there's a majority interest to do that, we wanted to get that feedback.
Just for level setting, checking the public when they voted this introduced the town commission to spend the money as long as it's within the categories that to raise taxes. But technically, their opportunity. So my question is, are we going to have public comment along each step of the way, even though technically we're not required? Is there a possibility that we can allow the public to help us?
Commissioner Zapano, I'm having a hard time hearing you, and I'm sure that people online are also having a hard time.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. Do I need to repeat anything?
Perhaps just the last couple sentences, what you said, would be helpful, I think.
Okay, so technically, they are not, the town is not required to have any public comment at this point forward because the voters have entered into a contract with the town allowing them to do according to the phone referendum, as long as it's within those categories. I'm asking if there's a possibility we could have public input on these priorities. And also, every time we decide to go out for issuance, that we have a public comment period as well.
So I would speak to the first part of your statement related to whether or not to get public input on how to prioritize these projects. That's certainly the will of the board. What we had considered as staff was that this board has determined that these are the priority projects. and has a deep understanding of the costs involved and the work involved in order to move them forward, that perhaps the public inputs on the projects would be better reserved for the design components of the individual projects. So as an example, should this board decide to move forward with the design work for Pershing Park, that would be a great opportunity to garner public input on the actual components within the park. What would the playground look like? What could the splash pad be designed as? And so that would be an opportunity to have the public be involved in that design. It would be this board that determined when to be advancing that input and looking to receive that from the public.
It's my understanding that along with issues that approximately 75% of all the bids have to determine whether or not the cost of the project is the amount of money that the bond referendum authorized. So in other words, there's many, many steps that we have to go through in order to actually issue. And the issuance document along with the bids go up to the LGC for review. So so we're going through the design phase, the public input, and then we have to go out for bid, and hopefully there'll be bids for that. And then we can determine whether or not the bidding amounts that came back were within boundaries of what we're capable of spending in the bond referendum. So this is the reason I'm making all these statements is for level setting as far as the public is concerned, so that they know that if it's the will of this board, that there will be considerable points along the way where the public can be part of this process.
Certainly, and the design work in advance of issuing the bonds is certainly what we recommend as staff, because it does make it very clear what the final cost of the projects would be. The board doesn't have to do that. We would be able to work with LGC to use estimates if we wanted to include design work in the bond issuance and kind of complete everything after we receive the funds. You know, my professional opinion and the opinion of staff is that gets a little dicey as far as you might end up with bad news once you got through design and did that bidding, and you could very well find that you had not issued enough bonds to pay for the project. So we don't recommend that, but I just want to be clear that that would technically be an option. So we are hoping that the board does want to advance the dollars for design work in advance to do it exactly how you laid it out. So that we're getting the bids before we go out and sell the bonds for the so we can lock it.
So anyway, going back to ability for the public or technically required to do so. The bond, should say the board is not technically required to ask for them, but I'm asking that there would be that consideration given to the public this going forward along every step of the way, so that the public would have an opportunity to be part of this process as well.
And I would defer to the majority of the board regarding additional public hearings. Certainly, there's always a public comment period at any meeting. Would certainly be an opportunity, but anything that's formally a part of it would be up to the board.
I support Becky, what you stated. I think we have already prioritized these projects, but we certainly want public input. As Becky stated, for instance, with particular design aspects, etc. I think we definitely want to let the public speak on that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I guess I was more going to say, you know, every meeting we have a public comment that allows that. I guess I was asking for clarification. Did Commissioner Tafano want us to have a public hearing for every time we want to do this? But I believe Becky said is more than reasonable.
Commissioner Urban.
I posit a hybrid of the talking points. Because I know there were several of the bond sessions, some folks asked that once you're approved, we get followed back up with. And I really don't have a problem at a high level taking the 2, 4, 6 transportation bonds and the 3 rec bonds and just one meeting only, you know, having public
prioritize their ranking of those. That's it. They're more than happy to deal with the technical aspects of it. But I see this thing as threefold. One is I'd like to know what the sort of internal design costs are, or the design cost period of each of these items are, because I think that's a decision-making factor. I would like, if citizens want to input their prioritization, that's great. And I think the board members, we all probably have a priority of what goes first, second, third, fourth. And then there's the aspect of the timing. Frankly, I believe I'd take a little bit of breather, but I think you could do some things and do the prioritization of the design costs, and it doesn't have to be an immediate thing, and then circle back to, in my opinion, it's a perfect planning conference conversation to finally sort of take it all in, deep breath, and say, okay, here's how the public prioritized, here's what the design costs are, here's how we're prioritizing. And when I say timing, you have this 10-year window, and you've got that sort of fancy Excel spreadsheet, so to speak. I bet there's a way of modifying that puppy to look at plugging and playing scenarios, and maybe only a couple things come out of this whole discussion. But I think now we can, that's my point, design cost, timing, and priorities. That would be my strategy.
We only have 2 meetings left this year. I would recommend we take a break at least until January.
Oh, that's what I think. I
Take a breath.
And I think, you know, but they could at the beginning of the year come back and say, here's the design aspects of it. And then later that month, talk to the public about the prioritization. That's the perfect timing when staff is gearing up the planning conference, and we can go in there and really talk about it, because again, these are long-term, issues that rightfully deserve extended vetting, and not just like 45 minutes.
I think I'm hearing from the board that we definitely want significant public.
I just want a clarification. Design cost is the conceptual design cost, not the construction bids.
No, there are things that we can do out front and get reimbursed for. I'd like to know what those dollars and cents are, because that also is that's a dollar and cent that's affecting our overall budget. And so we may not be able to pull the trigger on some of these design things based on what the budget is. I mean, that's really CIP item, is it not?
It could be, which is part of the argument to have the board make the prioritization decision on the design work itself.
It's not the construction cost.
Not
No, it's what
construction.
we get reimbursed for. So
And we would be able to be reimbursed for everything. Like take the downtown improvements. It's going to be probably at least a year's worth of work, if not longer.
and that's the part of the conversation of the time. You say, well, we'll run this
And very
because the 18
expensive,
months.
right? So even if it's a high priority, it may be outside the scope of what this board might be willing or able to front the general fund balance or revenues in the budget. So-
Yeah, and then there's always the possibility it's come back.
All right, is there any further discussion on this?
So are we looking for public input on prioritization of what to design, or are we keeping that at a board level and then extensive public input on the design itself, the actual components that would go into some of these projects?
Personally, I'd like to see the public involved in the entire process.
I'd like to see the public involved in the design process once we get to the dressing of the project, but we have ranked it. We've been through a very long bond process, with many opportunities for public input. And I think, you're presented, this is what we would like to do. I think that opportunity has happened and will continue to happen every time there's a public comment period. And so I would support moving forward with getting some costs together for the design work, and then scheduling, some a bond list once design starts happening.
Yeah, the reason I was bringing up this entire topic is, again, repeating that we're under no obligation, once the law has been approved, we're under no obligation for any public comment. All the period of public comment is passed. So, the point of the whole conversation is to make sure, in my mind, that participation process, and I'm hearing that is satisfied.
Just quickly, is there any reason, just say for giggles, but I mean, if you put in January on the normal night agendas, on prioritization, and public is free to come and speak to what they feel are most important, and that's the end of the discussion. I just don't, you may surprise yourself and they all go, no, downtown parking improvements, I'm not so worried about that. I'm really worried about where I refer for some reason. I'm really worried about the weight of it's on First Policy Park, and maybe that opens up some conversation with realize. That's all I'm asking. I think if we prioritize tonight, we probably have 7 different priorities.
That's why we wanted to do the exercise to see how it shook out.
And that's true, and maybe we should do that in private. Let's see what the public says, we compare notes, but.
And I'm in agreement, just as much about involvement as we can buy-in.
I just think, personally, I don't have the function, the total bond package of everything. And so I want to be really selective about it. But I also want to be cognizant of folks like say, you know what, sidewalks is where it's at. We'll do more sidewalks and we'll move around. Still within that program. As Hazen would say, he'd sit back and go.
I can go either way. I think on the park and recreation bond, the thing that I heard about the most loud the last several months was pressure on the park condition. That's what people were talking about. They bond. So, I mean, I would bet that would be the priority.
And maybe in that one, you're absolutely correct. But on the transportation bond, that's a lot of variation there.
Right. So, I mean, I can go either way. I'm fine if we want to do it. I don't want to have an extended. I don't want to do this for months and months.
I don't. I think people are committed to talking about it. You know, I come to the meeting and say, here's what I feel, and you get somebody's response back.
And you're gonna have a very small slice, so
maybe
a few people that are gonna come speak.
But you gave them the opportunity.
So I don't have a problem with that.
I agree with you on the policy residents. I think first of all, talking about one and only principle. Speaking from the old ex-highway patrolman and a person that understands that look at the transportation, this is the one that's been the most hazardous to the town. And I can tell you, I'm not saying it because it's right there in my back door, it's that Christian Charles Street intersection.
I'm not saying I disagree, but let's not debate it for Ron's gonna fall asleep.
Yeah, the only reason I'm saying that, because the sidewalks on that Charles Street, all of them, I've been talking about this for the last 3-4 years. No damage that is, and how many trucks hit that track and knocked it apart, and we have had a wreck there, so that will be my part. I'm not saying it because it's in my backyard, I'm speaking from a professional traffic person with the highway patrol, understand what the accident. So, and the accident will suffice that. Now, that's something to look at now. We're gonna look at this next thing. That's the cheapest. That's the cheapest thing that you can get done and get out of the way. Be done with it, and you got the safety of it. But the next thing is what that is point of view, and looking at down street. So, and the mobility improvement, that's an area that, everybody been hollering about this is fine, third, sidewalk. That's something we want to do. I'm just helping her, so when she come back in January, we got some idea.
Yeah, we'll have an exercise work on it. We agree that we will have a night with public and come and talk about prioritization.
Yeah, thank you.
And we will have significant public input for the actual design aspects.
We'll also do a separate.
Okay, let's move along. Mr. Tannenberg, are you still awake? Did you get that good firehouse coffee?
That works, but I've seen Lori. One more thing Friday afternoon. So, we're gonna talk about Fire Station 3. With us on Zoom, were, I guess, Jonathan Best and Michael Tuck, our executives with Samet on this project. So back in September, you authorized the manager and I to negotiate a design build contract with Samet for Fire Station 3. The contract itself is standard AIA design build contract. Charlie has reviewed that, and we've made a couple of additions. Since then, we've been dating, which is the getting to know you phase. In this little handout I gave you, that's the advanced planning part. We have met with the entire team. The team has met Matthew's team, and we've talked about what we're looking for, what we need. Through that process and several iterations of station design, conceptual station design, we have landed at a 12,567 square foot building, which includes a 1,900 square foot community room and EOC coordination center. What we also need at this point is to do a complete survey and geotechnical work to determine soil compaction, suitability to build, etc. What the contract will yield is a conceptual design pricing iteration, which is the cost to clearly identify and define what we want to build. A design document pricing iteration, which is the cost to put together the complete set of documents to build the building. And the construction document pricing iteration is the cost to completely design the building. Did I get that right, Mr. Urban? I'm close enough for 11:30. I hope so. So we would ask that you authorize the manager to enter into a pre-construction services contract with Samet. The cost for that contract is $154,040, and the estimate to do the survey and geotechnical work is $15,000. So we are asking you to do three things: to authorize the manager to enter into the contract for a sum not to exceed $200,000. We have to have some contingency to appropriate those funds from ARPA funds that are in the general fund balance, and to approve the related budget amendment to support those funds. And if you scroll down 2 more pages, the red page, or page 3. So this is a 10,000, this is a 12,567 foot look at what it might cost to design the fire station. The total estimate based on our advanced planning is $728,000 to completely design the fire station based on the square footage. And that breaks down into estimates, but we still have more work to do to refine those numbers.
Commissioner DeFona.
When will this, excuse me, closer to the microphone. When will these pre-construction designs be completed?
The estimates, Jonathan, can you hear us?
Yes.
We can't hear you. Try again.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Speaking really softly or?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
I can't
Sorry.
hear very, very
I don't
softly.
know.
Everybody look what?
I don't want to mess with these.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you, sir.
Let me see if I can make this work based on our preliminary schedule. So we are here in mid-November. ADW and Summit would work to put together a formal pricing document to design and engineer the building, civil, mechanical, by January, roughly January. So we would know the price that we are we should know the price that we would be looking to pay to design and build the station sometime in January, February.
Okay, so excluding the construction costs, is that where the 728,000 is excluding?
That's the design cost.
That's the design cost.
That's for the structural engineers, the civil engineers.
And you cannot determine the amount of money to construct it unless you have this complete set of drawings.
Yes. Well, we will, as Samet has told us in the past, when we get through with the conceptual design, their Procore software system, their reach within the Carolinas will have a pretty accurate estimate of the cost to build.
Okay, and this is a question: do we have the money for $7.75 for design plus the construction cost, of which we do not know what it is yet?
Our recommendation is that the board uses ARPA funds for 100% of the cost of this project.
And we don't know what that 100% dollar amount is.
We don't know, but I can guarantee you that we would fit it within existing remaining ARPA dollars. It will not exceed the available funds that we have.
Right, but there were other people that have their phones on the ARPA funds, and how is this going to feed into their wishes?
So this takes priority in our recommendation. And so whatever's left gets fought over and determined by the board regarding how else to allocate them.
And what's currently the balance of the ARPA?
I don't have that offhand. We've got a meeting scheduled with you all on December 10th, where we'll be going over in finite detail and what we have available in ARPA funds and carving out cost for this project based on an order of magnitude estimate, and then considering other projects that we have identified for consideration of ARPA funds for the board to consider at that time.
Should we wait until construction is underway and actually will come in at what we anticipate to be the construction cost in order to determine what's going to be left? Would it be too premature to carve it out based on estimates and we would run out of money? We gave it to the others as well.
So we feel confident that we would be able to fit it within the order of magnitude cost if the board ultimately decided to want to wait a few months to firm up any additional ARPA expenditures. That would certainly be your right, but we have no concerns about allocating the 200,000 tonight from the ARPA funds. Obviously, that fits very comfortably within our available ARPA balance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 720.
No, the only ask tonight is for the pre-construction services and then some of the geotechnical work.
Okay.
So we're looking for the 200,000, and then that will come off of the 728,000 estimate. So in a month or two, we will be coming back looking for the additional 500,000 change once we firm up exactly what that number will be.
And in January, we'll have the approximated construction costs as well.
Sammit's confident that they know the range of construction costs per square foot all in for a project like this.
Okay, and is this, are we covering ARPA funds to cover all of the equipment as well?
We would be looking at ARPA funds for the FF&E. Any equipment beyond that, as far as if you need an additional truck or something like that, that'd be a conversation.
How about all the initial hiring costs and training, all that?
So that is slated to be in the FY24 budget. There may be a small portion that we would be coming to for a budget amendment in FY23, but the vast majority of that would start to come online in the 24 budget.
Thank you.
Member Tim McCool.
My question was answered.
Would anybody like to make a motion for tomorrow?
Just real quick, the 154, so ADW is involved in the pre-construction design service, doing schematics.
Yes.
Okay, so they're getting their code of 154 on top of the 400. Now, Dinesh is obviously the fire station guru. Can he nod his head? I mean, they're the dog whistle folks. That's
Well, and we're doing design build. So the horses have already left and we're about to call the race to the gate. Susan and I have already had conversation with Dinesh and NCDOT, Samet, not Samet, ADW. We're pretty nailed down on the fire station schematic design.
well, I just heard about Dinesh is they're the nuts and bolts consultant, meaning they're the dental design group, the dental design team, so to speak. They do all the nuts and bolts. They're the
Correct.
Yeah, ADW is a conductor in the situation. They're not bringing the specialty to the table. They know how to. But I'm just trying to get. I'll be real honest with you. I'm really flabbergasted. I'm really surprised at the numbers because our station is $5 million. You're talking 15%. Frankly, I'm really shocking. But if that's where it's at, that's where it's at. And I am surprised.
That's why I agree exactly. No,
Member Tim McCool.
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the manager to enter into a pre-construction services contract to conduct preliminary geotechnical services necessary to plan and estimate the total cost to construct Fire Station 3 for a sum not to exceed $200,000, and that we appropriate the funds for this contract and associated work from ARPA funds of the general fund balance and approve the related budget.
Can we do that in one motion? We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Whitley. Any further discussion? All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any more of that firehouse talk? Move on to item 11C, consider contract for Main Street sidewalk. Sue.
Good evening, almost morning, everyone. It's great to be standing before you. I'm super excited because Dana and I are ready to spend money, and it's not your money, it's someone else's money. So we have $240,000 in grant funds from the Community Development Block Grant Program. And it's to build the North Ames Street sidewalk gap. This is on North Ames Street between West Matthews Street and Park Center Drive. It's been designed. We're doing utility relocation right now. And we advertised for bids in compliance with CDBG guidelines. And the first time we only got one bid. So we rebid it and then we got 4 of them. So we are compliant with our grantor. And the low bid is Carolina Cajun Concrete We're very familiar with that company and the work that they do. They're wonderful to work with. The base bid was $204,735. Now, as Dana was accepting more and more money from CCD, we thought, what more could we spend this on? What more can we do to this basic sidewalk? So we said, oh, let's design maybe a plaza area. Okay, let's do a retaining wall to minimize property impact. We came up with 3 different alternates because we didn't know what the prices would come in on. We've had some discussion about that tonight. And so based on the amount of money that we have, which is $240,000, the base bid is just your plain sidewalk with curb and gutter to set the elevation, $204,735. Alt 1 is basically is a drainage design that I wanted to do, but it's going to be more expensive. The pipes are bigger and would be more expensive. So we mixed alternate 1 that we can add in alternates 2 and 3 and still come in under the amount and give us not a hefty contingency, but a contingency just when in construction, when you start digging, you find things. So you want a little bit of extra money there. So our recommendation, if you please scroll down, is to award base bid plus alts 2 and 3 to Carolina Cajun Concrete in the amount of $230,795. So we are asking that to allow the manager to enter into contract. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Susan? Mr. Whitley.
Most schools that we've been working on, it's not our money, we right. We don't spend somebody else money. Most of y'all have town managers awarding us these contracts, Carolina Cajun Concrete, operating amount of $230,795 construction.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Whitley, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That passes. My favorite sayings is it's free, it's for me. Good. All right, we'll move on to 11B. Consider temporary use of Matthews Station Street lot for pop-up retail.
Yes, so because of our small town charm and feel, LLB has identified us as a pop-up retail shop location. They are interested in coming here next week, actually. So right before the holidays, which I think is really cool. This will be a location that will provide retail to our residents, and they will have all types of retail in here for residents to purchase. Their proposed location is Matthews Station, and the footprint will be 100 by 50 feet with the following elements as you see there. So there is no financial impact. LLB will provide the security because it is a 2-day event, and we will make sure that they're following all town planning policies and practices. So tonight we're asking for authorization for the town manager to provide temporary use of Matthews Street Station for LLB to have their pop-up retail location.
Mr. DePaulo.
How many days or nights is pop up here there?
This is proposed as a 2-day event.
I'm sorry.
2 days.
Okay, and has there been any impact analysis done on how this is going to affect our businesses here at Matthews? Is it going to take any revenue from them?
We have not done a significant impact analysis, but considering the type of merchandise that they're providing, it should not have any adverse effect on businesses within the area.
This is, presents an issue for reference to an outsider to come in and use our public property, and we haven't done this for any of our local residents or our local businesses to premier. This is a premier location. So thank you
much for that.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the town manager to approve temporary use of Station Street as a host site for LOB pop-up shop for event.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Broners, and further discussion, all in favor? Opposed? That's 6-1 with Commissioner Capano in opposition. We're going to close it again, but I'm afraid it's going to be tomorrow. Going to the mayor's report. First of all, I'd like to recognize all of our veterans that live in Matthews and all veterans. We appreciate your service. My father's a veteran. Unfortunately, this year's Veterans Day event held by the American Legion was canceled due to inclement weather. But we will be giving out the Veteran of the Year award at some future date at one of our town meetings here. I also wanted to acknowledge and thank everybody that came out to vote. This was a kind of somewhat of a historic election for Matthews, with so many people showing up. Our friend Nobi Thrasher put on public on social media that it was he's a poll worker and he had seen the most people vote this time than we ever recall the previous time. I forgot what that percentage was. Pretty significant. I know we've had sometimes we've run, we've had 10 or 11% of the electorate show up. Over 50%, so that's good. And that's all I have for the mayor's report. However, the good night. Okay.
No.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?